Hello. Hello. It's really fucking hot where I am right now. Too much think. Embrace bimbo. No, donkey. We have words to find in the anagram. Yeah. That's even worse than last time, chat! What are we doing? We were so close the last time, and then this time around it's just like, eh. Chad. Who is Chad? Chad is a country, not a person, first and foremost. Or is it still a country? I need to double check that little tidbit. I feel like Chad Dawson. Chad. Not with these results. Look at everyone here. We're just gonna sit on that number for just a little while longer, okay? Look at that. Also, yeah, I am like, throat is like, or not throat, but my lips are very fucking dry. So, excuse me. Is that everywhere I can post? Yes, it is. Alrighty then. Zebra Giga Chad. Yeah, I try to be. I do my best. I do my best to try and be, you know, the Giga Chad and what have you. There's no E. Ah, that's what threw Donkey off with the words on stream previously. Was just there was no E. But yeah, hi everyone. Good morning. Happy Sunday for the Australians. Happy Saturday for the Americans. I hope everyone is doing okay. Welcome. Omega's just throwing dumpies and ass. Hi. Welcome. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. 10 Mux, thank you for being here first. I greatly appreciate it. Everyone's just throwing it back. What is this morning like? What is this morning coming to with everyone just throwing this shit back? Goodness gracious. Alright, I'm going to need to keep up on my fluids and what have you because, so, Friday, I got another, like, unsuccessful application letter. That's the reason why I didn't feel like streaming. It was my first Saturday, sorry, it was my first, like, Friday stream. I was trying to make it my first Friday stream in a long time, but the problem is that, you know, when I'm working from home on the Friday, it is it's a very difficult, oh, excuse me, I need to wipe my eyes. There we go. Like, because I'm stuck in a room all day and what have you, it is very dependent on, like, my mood. Because, you know, I'm on my own. When I'm at lunch, I'm on my own. When I finish with work, even though I finished work early that day because I stayed behind late the previous day, I was still, like, alone with my thoughts and what have you, and getting a letter of unsuccessful application on Friday, I was just very much, oh, Like that did not hit me very well, and it hit me on a on a sort of you know, property that I very much was like kind of hoping that I would have been seen as desirable for. So to get a rejection, like two rejections in as many days for me was very, you know, that hit the feels quite hard and what have you. So wasn't too great. I still have like 3 more applications out there. I told myself timeline-wise that I would have applications out by the time Australia Day goes off, which, you know, that's tomorrow. By the by, gotta give my mom a call, wish her happy birthday. It's unrelated to Australia Day, but it's the easiest way that I remember that, you know, her birthday is on Australia Day for us, so really easy. She gets a day off for Australia Day. But yeah, so I didn't feel in a good mood Friday. I was just absolutely fucking miserable. The fear of homelessness and what have you was like really hitting me. And so I just spent like Friday night packing because I just didn't know what else to do. I told myself I would get, you know, professional like movers and packers for the for the thing, but you know, at the time I was like, I wasn't even too sure that there would be enough time with wherever it is I figured out I was going to be living and such, because, you know, the closer we get into February, the more I fear that, you know, I might actually have like fucked up on, you know, getting a place to live and, you know, moving and what have you. Also, what is up with my frame rate? Is it dropping right now, or no, it's not dropping anymore. I need to make sure I don't have like any crazy throughput. Yeah, there is a crazy throughput. Hang on a second. I need to, there we go. Wind that down so then that way it doesn't do an obscene amount of upload or anything like that. There we go. So yeah, I need to be mindful of that shit. Any whoosies. So yeah, so I wasn't in much of a mood for it Friday. Also, is like face properly tracking? Yes, it is. Cool, awesome. So yeah, I wasn't in much of a mood Friday night to be streaming because, you know, I wasn't in a mental headspace to be like, yeah, let me just put on like, you know, a happy face and all that kind of nonsense. It's like it wasn't there. I couldn't do it. So but then I went into work Saturday because it was my turn to take on the Saturday shift. It was weirdly quiet. Like, I didn't have anyone reporting to me an issue with their computer, with the internet, or anything like that. It was honestly like such a bizarre sort of day for me. And, you know, a part of me was like really disappointed because it was like, well, shit, I could have like, you know, gone to a house inspection at like, you know, 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock or something like that. Instead, I'm stuck in this office where apparently no one needed me. But, you know, we'll see what the Saturday shifts look like going forward for the remainder of the year. It was a bit of a weird one as well because it's just before a public holiday. So, you know, maybe people just didn't want to be causing anyone any grief. Excuse me. And then I went out on a date and I went and saw a movie with someone. I was able to go and catch up on Zootopia 2. It was real good. I enjoyed myself. It was honestly like such a great it was honestly such a great time. I'm like, you know, very positive. Like just even with whatever the fuck was going on in my life in terms of like, you know, weight, housing, finances, and yada yada yada. It was really nice, like going out, like, you know, you should have seen me. I dressed up. I was still in jeans. Don't get me wrong, but I wore like, you know, a fancy little button up instead of something like, you know, one of these kinds of silly like print T-shirts with the Wampa fruits. We hung. So yeah, we watched the movie together. We stuck around, and we, you know, I had a cheat meal. I had a burger. We had a meal together. We talked for a while. It was really great, and I really enjoyed it. So, is this thing on? I thought I'd get the biggest reaction when I mentioned the date, but there's nothing. Chat here is just like, you know, are they just like really starved for like cake? Is that it? Or, you know, chest? Where's everyone? Chat is locked in. It locked into fucking what? We ain't playing nothing right now. Also, I need to grab my controller off the other desk. Hang on a second. So yeah, but nah, hi. You are muted. Bull fucking shit. I can see the levels. I can see the levels. The microphone is going up and down when I'm chatting. I know exactly that Besides, if I was muted, someone would have raised that about 10 minutes ago. You think I'm scuffed? Goodness gracious. Chat's logged into Zeebs lore. Ah, okay, so there's none of this, like, side commentary. Everyone's just sort of like, yes, tell us more. Tell us more. We need all the details. We need to figure out where Zeebs is in his life. Like, what did you spend at the movies? Which cinema did you go to? Did you stop off? Where'd you stop off to after the cinema? How'd you get home? Like, everyone's just trying to find little bits and pieces, and there's probably just, like, some crazy IRL stalker right now just trying to get all the different pieces so then that way they can figure out where— No! Bastards. The absolute disrespect. The absolute disrespect. Also, I moved the OBS window over onto the left now, so then that way I can, you know, get a start on, you know, doing all the needful, doing the, you know, preview windows and all that kind of nonsense. Also, I should. So I'm gonna move into my Zebra streaming, and then I'm gonna share the preview window. It's 40p 15 frames, so it's fine. Alrighty then. 92 grains of salt, exactly. We need the exact amount of salt in the popcorn. Look, I'll be frank with you, like, as much as I enjoy popcorn at the cinema, like, I'll be frank, I like snacks at the cinema. When I'm watching a movie and what have you, snacks are very much going to be something that I enjoy, but I'm not a huge fan of just classic popcorn because I will eat it fairly quickly, and then after the film and today, I just have like a chapped feeling on my lips. Like, hang on. Like, I don't know what's up with like popcorn. Like, I don't get this with like regular popcorn, but for whatever reason, the cinema popcorn will decide to be extra problematic and just sort of be like, oh hey, your lips are even more dry than usual. Oh shit. Alright. What? Overly salty popcorn is the worst. It needs to be balanced with some sweet. Yeah. Oh. Ah! I heard kissing chat can help with dry lips. Is that true? Is that why people go to the cinema? Is just like they get the person like really like high up on popcorn and they're just sort of like, oh, my lips are so dry, and the next thing you know you're just like, oh god damn it, I wasted the. Butter popcorn is best. Okay. Is there a good pop? Oh Jesus. And then I'm gonna have to do this so many times, which is the annoying thing. Alright, I didn't realize he was gonna jump on the box again, so... Now I know the patterns. Oh. Also, I can practically just stay in the same corner. Although it probably would be better just to... And then he jumps on the thing. Okay, that was different from last time.
Game over.
Well, I know how he works. I know how he works this time, at least. So, also, hi there, Witch Dragon. Welcome, welcome. Also, what's a Potoroo? Is it just a kind of kangaroo? Is that what the Potoroo is? Also, I just noticed that there's just a very crude cartoon drawing of like his plan, which is just, oh, Crash pops up. He just pops up and then he shoots him. Oh, you bastard. Oh, come on! Okay. This one's just a bit of an annoying one to deal with just because of, like, how, like, long the transition thingy-majiggy is. Alright, so that chair is, like, absolutely terrible to stay behind. Alright, so... Oh, no. There we go. Got him. That was a bit of an annoying one, but hey, like probably my fault for finishing on stream like back on Monday on like a boss fight rather than going for, you know, making it so that I start like somewhere like here where we just have the general frustrate. Oh, it's a... Also, did they just spawn a... Alright, here we go. Alright. This is good. Oh! Damn it. Also, I just heard like a warning noise go off in my, Also, why did... Okay, color me confused. So, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna most certainly waste my lives on this thing.
Game over.
They just give us like 2 lives right at the start of this thing. Cause like, I was so confused why they would just like pop up like this. But now comes the fun bit where we have to, like, you know, try and navigate. Alright, here we go. Oh, pff. That was my fuck up. That was my fuck up again. Alright, this is it. Lock again.
What have we got? What have we got?
I swear I know how to lock in, chat.
What have we got?
I thought it was gonna take, you know, a little bit more work. Oh, come on. That was a good arc.
Over.
I wonder, like, oh gosh darn it. Why did they do this a second time? Like, we already dealt with something like this. Oh, Jesus. I have no idea myself for that one. Oh, I keep thinking he's gonna, like, yeah. And I was holding the A rather than pressing it. Hi there, Captain Prower. Welcome to the stream. I am fucking up on simple platforming. Alright, here we go. And then whoop. There we go. And then... Oh, thank goodness. Alright. What the? Oh my god, they want me to do, like, perfect kind of, positionals with the turtle, do they? And once again, I keep thinking my jump height isn't that high, and but it is. Oh, come on! Nice melons, thank you. They're Wampa fruits, actually. I decided to be extra funny and make a series of, I have like a series of shirt redeems. Or like, it's just the one redeem. All right, here we go, here we go. Oh, may I touch him? No. I gotta focus on this game. Dang. I gotta focus on this game, all right? Like, It is proper difficult. Yeah, no, unless you can save me from falls, Aku Aku, you're not gonna be as helpful as you think you are. Like that. God, this was like... Shit. That was my fuck up. Failing at a child's game? Okay. First off, like, there are adults who still struggle at this, okay? Like, me, I'm an adult. I struggle at this game. But, like, point is like, even during, you know, the age... Even at the, like, age of, like, children and such like that, they were struggling at this particular game, alright? Like... Ah, shit. Oh, you bastard! Oh, you want frame perfect bullshit, don't you? Thank goodness. Oh, come on! I hate the warthogs most, because, like, I can't... Like, there's enemies in this game. All of them you can't spin. Oh! I was on the other platform. Oh, what? He disappeared! Oh.
Game over.
I'm just sending to like 1 or 2 peeps. It's like, they're sending they gave us the jumping puzzle again. They gave us the... Hi there, Big DJ. Welcome, welcome. I am livid. Like, earlier on in this game, they gave us this asinine... They gave us this annoying-ass, like, puzzle. Not puzzle, but this jumping level. Which, like, hurt a lot of people. And then they gave it to us again now! And this is the one that I'm struggling at.
What have we got?
You're an expert on bouncing on it. Like, that's the...
What have we got?
This is the problem that I have. It's just like, the turtles are like essential, but...
What have we got?
Oh my god, like...
Big DJ demands you drink.
Game over. What have we got?
Oh. Drink time. Oh, goodness. Come on, there we go. All right, made it. All right, this is normally where the difficulties arise.
What have we got? What have we got?
I understand why people would do the glitch of like just running on the ropes just to make their lives easier on this one.
What have we got?
Nah. Okay.
Game over.
We're gonna be seeing this screen a lot, chat.
What have we got? What have we got?
Oh boy. There we go. So success there. Oh, come on. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, come on. Oh, bastard!
Game over.
God damn, was this what people thought was fun back on the PlayStation 1 era? Like, sweet Jesus. Holy shit, man, the console wars were fucking brutal. Xbox people had to deal with fucking, like, you know, toxic fan bases and, like, you know, multiplayer lobbies and shit. What did PlayStation have? None of that. Instead, they just had to have, like, rage-inducing, puzzle, and platformers.
Crash Bandicoot.
Hey there, Cap. Welcome, welcome. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna lie, I was trying to open the Twitch stream from the Discord. Put me in here.
Yeah, no, I've made that mistake more than once on Discord when it gets like, hey, this person is streaming. If they're in a VC, they'll just be like, yep, and we'll open that VC up. Yeah, great to have you. Have you played Crash Bandicoot before?
Have I played Crash Bandicoot before? Have I played Crash Bandicoot? Boy. Crash Bandicoot was my shit.
This is shit, okay? Like, oh my god.
To be fair, you're on like one of the hardest levels.
Yep. That's the part that annoys me, is just like how essential these turtles are. And it's like, yep, and if you like miss one, you are just boned. Oh, thank Christ.
Hey, checkpoint.
Yay, with like, oh cool, I got at least one life. This is even the furthest I've been able to go within the level. I hate the boars so much because it's like I can't even like spin at them. So like I'm on this level where spinning is not like acceptable. All right, here we go. Here we go. I need to do it like when. Not like that.
You know, that's some bullshit. The fog in this level.
The fog is not the problem. The problem.
No, but it's just like extra bullshit, in my opinion.
It could be, but the thing is that. Quick sippy so I don't get mad. Hi there, Velk. I wonder if Velk 2 is also being like, oh, hey, I just wanted to see the stream, and then it adds me into the VC. He doesn't want to be that kind of a friend, does he? Also, it's just absolutely funny just seeing, you know, furry art and then microplastics. Also, Velk's like microphone is muted, so I don't know if he knows that.
God, it is warm today where I'm at.
Oh, it is hot as balls. Yeah. Like if I look on if I look on the app, it's like extreme heat, a high of 35 degrees Celsius.
You hear that heat wave's gonna get up to 50 in Central Australia?
Oh boy. I'm glad I don't live in Alice Springs.
Yeah. I'm glad I don't live in Alex Springs, but mainly because Alex Springs fucking sucks.
Most places fucking suck in Australia for weather. Alright, here we go. And then... Oh, no! Ah, fuck. Hang on. This is the problem, is like... Okay, here we go. And then... There we are. Your Discord is randomly joining in and trying to watch a Twitch stream. Thanks, Discord, and you're fixing the Mac right now. Nice, nice, nice. There we... Oh, that was successful, because normally... There we are. And you mother.
Oh.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't need him to get to this turtle. And there we go.
Now imagine doing this on a PS1.
Oh, with like...
Okay, gamer.
Okay, there we go.
Hey, gamer.
Yeah, I went to join in the stream via Discord, like the Twitch stream.
Yeah.
And it's just like, bet, here's the Discord stream. It's like, no, I specifically didn't ask for this, but okay.
Yeah, nah. I need the company while I'm getting my fucking shit rocked in a children's game, as chat likes to tell me.
Oh, this is not a child game, are you kidding?
This is not a babby game.
I didn't say
Sorry.
babby game. Okay. Ooh.
A sibling of mine owned this game, and I did try it when I was young, and I said, fuck this.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I love Crash Bandicoot. This is... That's no babby game, boy. No babby game.
Is it just because of the fact that, like, you know, it's one of those cases of like, oh, it gets real good after like the sequel. So it's like no one plays Final Fantasy 1. Everyone's going to like their favorites, like Final Fantasy 7 or Final Fantasy 9 and 10.
Oh no, all the Crash Bandicoot games are good on their own. And like,
She
still kinda hold
says
up.
while I'm experiencing Crash Bandicoot 1 rage.
To be fair, that's just a canon event when it comes to Crash. Good move. Oh. Holding onto my dick right now.
Okay, I feel like you were a bit robbed there. You should have been stuck in the V.
Yeah.
That's the sentence.
Yes, I made it past the V.
Ha.
Oh shit. Yep.
Oh.
All right, let's get some bonus. Let's get the Bay bonus.
Easiest part of the level. Never mind, this looks like hell.
Oh shit. Do I lose hearts when I'm up on the bonus? Okay, I'm at 0.
GrantZeebs.
This is good.
I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying not to laugh.
You're trying not to laugh, because this is the easiest part of the game.
Oh, no. I'm trying not to laugh because I feel like that was my fault a little bit.
Ah, okay. This is just like a nice little reprieve from all the other bullshit. We're going from bullshit jumping to bullshit jumping. Like, I don't
Welcome to Crash
need
Bandicoot.
all of the boxes, but it would be nice.
How do speedrunners do this?
They don't do the Bay bonus. I think that for speedrunners, they don't do the Bay bonus. And Blue, Foxy, Nice,
Oh no, I'm talking about like 100% ones.
Oh, 100% ones? I think this is the only game they play. I do not believe in 100% speedrunners being in the same, like, gaming ethic as me, where it's like... I don't think they're in the same, like, ethic as me, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna play whatever the fuck seems fun, and then, like, you know, have, like, a genre list that is, like, you know, as diverse as the Criterion Collection's closet. Like, I don't think it's that. I think for them, it's like, it is only, like, a genre, like, one genre that they'll do the thing in the
I'm not gonna lie, I need to look up Criterion Collection.
They're the people that do the, they're the people that do the like the remakes, or not the remakes, but like the 4K.
They do restorations.
Yeah, exactly, restoration. So like older films and like big blockbuster ones that didn't have like, you know, Blu-ray 4K because it wasn't during that era. They get like, you know, original like, you know, film or what have you, and do the.
I find preservation to be quite a noble thing.
Oh yeah, it's very important. And what's more is like, you know, the original, like, some people would argue that, like, preservation very much is in counter to, you know, the copyright infringement system and all that kind of nonsense. Because, like,
Okay.
the, like, when it comes to copyright holders and what have you.
They'll let something die if they can't make money
Oh,
off
shit!
of it.
I fucked up.
Yeah, and that's a shame.
Yeah, so, like, with copyright holders, they're interested in, like, you know, the thing... Like, it's weird. Like, the practices of a copyright, like, holder is, like, I don't want this thing to exist if I can't have it, which is, like, the most, like, anti-artist thing I can imagine. Meanwhile, oh, shit. Meanwhile, like, for preservationists and shit, it's like, oh, we will go on the high seas and thank you for your trade, because this is demonstratively, like, a moral good in the name of, like, you know, retention and such. And, like, back in the day of, like, you know, oh, like, you know, the domain, like, public domain stuff is, like, kind of boring, but...
Oh.
Yeah.
You almost had it. You almost had it there.
Ooh, hello, Dara Rivers. Unrelated fun fact, in America, we have magpies that apparently have a, quote, vibe check system. And they leave you alone.
Yeah, that's all COVID.
That's all, that's magpies here in Australia as well. They will vibe check you. I learned my lesson from one when I used to, like, live in Castletown, like, over, like, a decade ago. Oh, got my shit rocked by a bird and lost my watch. I don't know if the bird was, like, trying to steal my watch or what have you, but I wasn't about to have that shit fly, so, you know, I improved my vibes. Hence why I'm a furry that is just like a fun zebra himbo on the internet. So yeah. Although the magpies
Speaking
are
of
not
fun himbos, guess what I'm drawing right now?
What are you doing?
I'm drawing.
Ooh. Oh, god damn it, I fucked up on the jump.
Or you could just pay the magpie toll.
Do I want to pay the magpie toll of not? Because, like, the bottom boxes are, like, really good because they're, like, the question mark ones, so there's, like, a lot of fruits in them. Like...
What if instead of bonus, it was boners, and he got an erection?
What?
Oh, come... At least I can do this, like, almost infinite amount of times despite having 0 lives at this point. I just need at least 20. At least 20 and I get a life back, at least.
That one hurt to watch.
If it's hurting you, then yeah, let's just, like, get through the level then. Let's not. Ah!
Okay, also, rude, urine, Zach. More like, urine, Zach.
Oh, okay, don't say hi. Sorry, hi. I thought I said hi. I thought I said hi. It was, like, probably just in really, really quick succession as I was, like, trying to get through this particular bullshit.
Very rude. Don't you know that Grant is in fucking hell right now?
Yep, that's where I am right now. I'm in hell. Alright, the babe bonus is alive. There is no, like, you know, pot of gold at the end of that fucking rainbow. I was hoping for, like, you know, 2 extra lives at the end or something like that, but I'm gonna go with the assessment that it didn't have any of that shit.
Yeah. She's not a babe of any worth. I'm the best babe.
Best babe, Cap.
Yeah. Hi, Code.
Hi. What? Oh, hi, Code. Oh, all the streamer friends are coming in. Did one of you like send a wellness check on me or something like that, and I didn't respond, and you're all like, oh guys, Grant needs to get a wellness check.
Ooh. I feel like you need one
Oh.
during this.
Ugh.
Yeah. This is it sadomasochism or just masochism?
Just masochism at this point.
I mean, unless a Crash Bandicoot is a sadist, then it's just masochism. I doubt that.
I'm pretty sure it is a sadist, so you know what? Yeah. We might just go with that.
But yeah, no, I was meant to get up at like 10:30, but it's like, it's getting hotter at the moment.
So you just woke
So
up.
it's like, yeah.
Fair.
Because like,
fair.
Tuesday we're meant to have like fucking 42 degrees here.
Jesus.
And for those in the Americas, we're talking 42 degrees Celsius. So for you Fahrenheiters, that's about 100 over 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Thank you for doing the calculations like right at the get-go speed for the some of the American viewers in here. How many of you are Americans and how many of you are Australians? What's the country at? I can check people's countries like after the stream. It'll tell me like, oh, this percentage of people were from America. This many people were from the UK.
So Grant,
Yes.
there you go.
It was
Oh,
good.
we talking about it?
We're not gonna be talking about it at great length, I'll tell you that much.
No, I'm just one of those types of guys that likes to tease them about it.
Oh,
Tell me more, tell me more.
Did
Did
you
you get the right gal?
I thought you were gonna do the Grease one where it's like, tell me more, did she put up a fight? Oh.
Tell me more, tell me more.
Does she look like a bitch?
Nah, she's lovely. I like her. Alright.
I'm one of those types of brothers that like when my other brothers first started dating. The first thing I said to them, so.
Oh, you got the good zone.
So, who's the lucky guy?
I can't believe it. Grant's made it.
Yes!
Oh, he's bullshitting it.
Damn it!
Nobody
Get it out.
I was gonna say nobody say anything further. I was gonna say it.
Oh, thank you, Code. You ruined it for me.
You ruined
Thank
it.
you, Code.
You ruined it. I'm
it.
leaving.
Genuine thank you.
Like,
Hey, he's the one that decided to tempt fate.
Yeah, and?
Not my fault if he fucked up.
Don't use the analog stick. Use the D-pad.
I'm using the D-pad
Oh,
right
I'm happy
now.
that you did. I enjoy the pain.
Alright, just be very careful, okay? You know what? I actually had a moment of like ADHD bliss the other day. I managed to use my 88. Oops, you're a little too far off on that side.
I should have just gone for the... But the
Yeah.
thing is that we now know that the thingy-majiggy that people were doing in the earlier days is a thing that exists. We just can't do it here. We just have to go
you
like
can't.
further up.
You can still do it. You can still do it. It is still doable. They just because of the changes in like textures and camera angles and things like that. Choose the remake.
Yeah. No, I was more meaning like
It
I just
is-
couldn't do it at the earlier part, but there wasn't because there wasn't a means for me to make the height.
Yeah, but it is still achievable. But yeah, no,
Look
I
at this
managed
bullshit. I
to
can't
get
even hit them.
I managed to get my ADHD to work for me yesterday.
Nice.
I managed to get it to work to be able to actually clean up my desk a little bit,
Nice.
and now it's not so dusty.
Also, I hear the two metal blocks clanging against each other. I'm just like, man, me when I get Orisa. Clang, 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 clang.
All right, here we go. So That way I can get this checkpoint.
I want bad bitch coin.
Please tell me that's not a new type of Bitcoin.
What do you mean new?
I mean, knowing the world as it is today, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if it was.
Well, I heard recently of Bincoin.
Of course there is.
That's part of Eat Street.
What's Eat Street?
It's a place around, at least Brisbane, where you pay to get in, and it has so many food places in shipping containers. Like, they're all based in shipping containers. And it is so good. Like, the food is no notes. Wonderful.
Yeah, I went to my folks last night for dinner, and we had ravioli entree, meatloaf main with veggies, and then tiramisu and ice cream. It was nice. Sorry, Cap, I didn't save you.
I had a pretty eventful night last night. I ate pizza at 3 and went to bed at like 7.
Pizza 3. What?
I've been on a weird body clock as of late.
Okay. Oh shit! I almost had the thingamadiggy and then I didn't. But yeah, I will be frank with you. I am most certainly going to be using that exploit however I can.
Reasonable.
That's
I thought you were
next
Grant,
week.
not Frank.
Clever use of game mechanic.
Mm-hmm. This is how the 100%ers do it. It's like they... Fuck. Alright, hang on. I need to get... It's Happy birthday, Wild Saber! Chad,
Happy
it's
birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Wild Saber. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. You live in a zoo. You look like a monkey. Probably
I smell like one
you.
too.
That used to be the old one. That used to be the one back, back when I was a kid, that everyone would do.
Back in
Anywho,
Madagascar.
have a birthday gift.
Wait, for Wild Saber?
Yeah, the gift of big.
The gift of beef.
What the hell? Why didn't it work?
That is a good question. Why didn't it work? I wanted to see those whompers get big.
Hang on. Action cue. Yeah, it didn't go off for whatever reason. Hang on.
Oh no! Grand Tech support! Come in! Grand Tech support!
Oh, it's queued right now. So for whatever reason, so something blocked? Hang on. Why is it... Self-care was queued. Like, all of these were queued. I'm gonna refund that for you, because, like... Did I accidentally, like, pause it or something like that? No, I didn't.
Oh, nice.
So, why is it... Hang on. Where's the check themes? There we go.
Actually, one other thing that happened last night. My dad's partner. She's been getting into playing games on the Nintendo Switch that I gave her.
Oh yeah.
And she started. One of her sons gave her Animal Crossing.
Oh.
So I was showing her the new update, and because she's doing really well actually in the game. Like, she's decorated her house looking really nice and things like that, and she's doing really well with, like, the farming. Because she doesn't game that often, so I was like, okay, let's just see if we can lend her a hand and maybe see if there's anything that she needs. But I was like, nope, she's taking care of pretty much everything. The only thing she's done is she'll sometimes leave some of the brain has stopped working. Some of her nets and things out in the open. So that way if one breaks, she's got another one close by to grab.
That's smart.
Yeah, it's a smart idea, but it does make a little bit of a mess. which I told her will affect her, like,
Island rating. Whatever it's
yeah,
called.
like, yeah, as it goes. But no, she's having a blast with it. So it's like, I said to her, look, when we get time, like next time I come up, I'll bring up my Switch and we'll village hop and I'll give you some extra supplies and stuff. Because she suffers from PTSD and things like that, so I gave her the Switch because one of her other friends, who's younger, would bring up their Nintendo Switch, and like, you know, she'd end up playing like Mario Kart and all that sort of stuff with them. So I was like, okay, I will, because I'm updating mine, I'll give you my old one. That way you don't need to borrow theirs, and then, you know, you can play all the games you want on your own. And apparently, according to my dad, sometimes he'll leave to go do some things, come back, and instead of doing housework, she's been playing Mario Kart.
Yeah.
You've infected her.
Classic gamer brain.
She doesn't win many races, but she's like, it's the therapeutic nature of it.
Yeah.
Therapeutic? Getting blue shelled? Okay.
No.
Well, I mean, she races on. She plays on 50cc as well, so. And it's also because, like, when her son comes over, they play together too. So it's like, you know, it's something for her.
Yeah, fair enough. If it works, go for it.
Grant's trying to strat now. It's like,
Yeah. Look,
it's like
this is a lot, you know, gets through so much more of the bullshit than. And if I get it right here, then I can get it right at the other, like, sections.
It's almost like as if the developers are watching you, and they're like,
Let's just make
let's fuck him over.
Activision would do some shit like that. Because Activision is bad. They fucking suck.
Yeah.
Give us a new Spyro game, Activision.
Yeah, give it.
That's Toys for
give
Bob
us-
now, isn't it?
Is it?
No, Activision still have Toys for Bob under their belt, I thought.
Oh, okay. Oh. I need it.
But anyway, I was gonna say, finally give us a Spyro where he's all grown up and, you know, looking big and manly and himbo-y.
So true. Remake Legends of the Dragon. Bring back Elijah Wood.
It's Activision, so the monkey paw has curled, and that happens, but now you have to shoot him because it's a COD game.
Oh, knowing our luck,
Man.
he will pop up in default as a skin.
Oh, I
as
got
a
one of my
gun.
favorite. I got one of my favorite villages.
Oh yeah?
I got Sherb.
Hey, I've got Sherb.
Aha, your Sherb is double. Sherb is double teaming us. He's
Hot.
two-timing our islands.
Oh, I thought you meant like another type of double teaming.
I mean, you could be doing that too.
Two-timing cheater. Holy shit. Is there a skip?
Nope.
Of course there is. It's at moments like these that I wish I could just, like, hand the controller to, like, a virtual person, or, like, not a virtual person, but, like, someone online, like, Blue. They'd be like, Blue!
Ooh, that was a good save, though.
Yeah, that was a very nice save.
That was! That was incredible!
Using the damage to like get up the ledge. Impressive move.
I mean, you could let a virtual person do it for you, Grant, because PlayStation is implementing an AI to play the game for you.
No, I don't want that. I'm fine with, like, you know, having to deal with, like, the like, oh, get a friend to help you kind of thing, because then there's, like, you know, teasing, like, there we go. There's, like, teasing thingamajiggies, but not an AI. Like, that is not appropriate. Alright, there we go.
Or you'll be teased alright.
tease for being a clanker lover.
I mean, I was about to say I was going to tease his fucking penis.
There we go. Alright.
Don't do that on stream.
I'm freaky on
Oh,
stream.
come on.
Okay, so I got... Who are my other villagers? Because I just built the 3 houses for them. So I got Sherb.
And besides, you can't do that. I've already done that yesterday. I already showed Grant that.
Oh,
Showed Grant what? Now I'm afraid of asking.
Show me what?
I fear nothing. I want to know.
Okay, I got Dina.
Do you want to say it or should I?
Oh, shit.
That actually might be
Damn
worse
it.
for you.
Clucky
You know what?
fuck, not a nut.
I'll send it to Code as an apology.
Do I want it as an apology? Yeah, I drink that.
Alright, let me see.
Oh, it's the energy drink or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I would drink that. I'm sorry.
I wonder, is there a benefit from, like, playing a different character? Like,
Apparently, it's pretty good.
I don't
it?
think there is, but I mean,
I'm
you can give it a
betting it.
try.
Wow.
no, it's about the same kind of annoyance.
And I've got... Oh, I got Bunny. Ew. I want my island full of himbo men. God, Nintendo. Don't they get me at all?
If you get Anka, let me know. I want her to top me.
Nah, the villages I want would be like Kyle, Raymond, definitely.
The old man that Bob always draws.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's Kyle. Oh, no, you know, the other one. Gruff, I think. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Yeah, him.
I thought it was, his name was Dobie or something.
Yeah, I think it's Dobie. I think I might have that mistaken around the wrong way. Toy Nips!
What?
Daisy May's here.
They're all having a wonderful time on Animal Crossing. I'm just sitting here. getting
In
my-
misery because this level sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hated these bridge levels. Even as a
How
kid,
many
the
are
original-
there?
I don't remember.
Because I was already annoyed with one, and then this decided to fucking pop up and be like, oh hey, 2, and I'm like, there's a second one. Fucking hated that.
Ooh.
This is when I stopped playing the game as a kid because it just was not fun anymore.
Yeah, I was the same. I skipped Crash 1 after dealing with these bridge levels. I went straight like to Crash 2 and 3. Hell, I was even hesitant to play Crash 2 and 3 because of these fucking levels. It's part of the reason why I have the Crash trilogy, but haven't played the Crash trilogy.
Okay, so it may not need the turtles. Excellent.
Okay, here we go.
Puggies.
No! Oh, fuck off.
Honestly, I say just wait out the transformation.
Yeah, because it increases your speed and stuff, doesn't it?
I can almost feel Grant's blood pressure rising.
My heart rate is currently, let me have a look. It'll measure it. So it was like 79 beats per minute like 9 minutes ago, and it is now 87. It has been getting high because of this fucking, like...
And I'm guessing that you're clenching a diamond right now.
Yep. Okay, there we go. So,
Okay. So we've been doing the Mandeville quests last night for Final Fantasy 14.
I saw you getting through that. That was kind of cool.
They are fucking hilarious.
Yeah, like.
Oh, you enjoy them?
Yeah. So we got up to we're up to the we've just beaten Gilgamesh.
So, Kurt, I gotta ask.
Yeah.
Are you a Mandeville man? Can you do everything a Mandeville can?
God, I hated that fucking dance.
I love that dance.
It's a cool dance. The Manderville is such a great dance. I don't know what you're on about. Alright.
Also, I found it hilarious when facing off against Gilgamesh. He's all like, you know what? Fuck this shit, I'm out, and tries to fly away on his chicken.
Yep.
I do enjoy how it's Gilgamesh and Enkidu from like the Epic of Gilgamesh.
But also, the design is very much Gilgamesh from like Final Fantasy 4.
Yeah. Gilgamesh.
Oh my god. Oh, this is me just like absolutely tweaking the fuck out now. I just.
Okay, so I can't get rid of the. Okay, so I'll have to.
Game over.
Yeah, you're having a really hard time with this game.
This is like.
I feel like Kaizo Mario would give you less rage.
There we go. Plus the fact that I don't,
Honestly,
the fact that I don't want to engage with the bridge anymore and just be like, nah, let me just do the exploit and such. And it's like I'm probably dying with the exploit just as much as the bridge itself. It's like, are you sure? Like, I'm pretty sure the game is just gonna be like, are you sure you don't want to just like, you know, engage with the mechanic of this bridge? And I'm just like, fuck off.
Honestly, these levels need like a skip.
Yeah, like. I think my like slight annoyance now in like trying to rely on the exploit is just the fact that they're like, oh, even when you get it onto the first rope, it's like, for whatever reason, between jumps or just small variances, the rope is slightly different on each section. So it's like the likelihood of like falling is just increased even more. So like, yeah. And you're just sort of like, Gran, why are you? Okay, maybe I wonder, is it a slightly different rope on the left? Like,
I know a lot of people normally did use the left side over the right side, but I'm not 100% certain.
Yeah, let's see what it's like. Because I think the issue I have with like, oh my god. There we go. Yeah, it's tricky on either side. But oh my goodness, like
Oh my goodness, oh my damn.
someone look up Crash Bandicoot 1, like how many of these like fucking bridge levels are there? Because
Sure.
like if this is the only other one, then it's like, okay, cool. But if there's like a third one, like definitely gonna look up like like I need a new like exploit for the Insanity like trilogy, because I know like, okay, there we go.
There's 5 of them. Grant's just gonna tweak the fuck out.
If there's
Okay,
5, that would be honest. This would honest to God be a skip. I'm sorry, I'm just like going and just deciding to like fall off on either edge just to reset my lives.
It looks like there's only 2.
Okay.
Road to Nowhere and Skybridge.
Which I think you're on.
Might actually be better to use analog sticks on the bridge things, because like they.
No, because like they're not that off center, and what's more is like my thumb is gonna be way more like you know.
Wiggly.
I thought like the bridge would become like off kilter after a time. It's not like a perfectly straight line.
I always remembered the bridge, even in the original version, was still a pain in the ass to use the exploit with. Even if you managed to do it successfully, you could still fall off if you weren't really paying attention.
Yep. Like now.
This level is noticeably harder in the Insane trilogy than the original version due to the different controls.
Yep.
They admit that the level wasn't meant to be so difficult, and adjusting the level to the new controls was a mistake.
But yet they never bothered to fucking fix
They didn't
it.
fix it.
No, they didn't, because, like, you know, someone
Suffer.
decide, like, without education, the dreams of the oppressed is oppressor.
I mean, they admitted they made a fucky-wucky, but they were all like, do we want to fix it, though? Nah.
It's funny to watch you suffer.
Yeah, exactly. Ah, shit.
And I mean, grant suffrage is like a, you know, it's like a
It would
fine
be cool
wine.
if, like, they made it so that Aku's mask, like, at this stage was like, yeah, we'll just let you,
Walk over the edge.
Yeah, oh, shit! No! Fuck! Oh, that would have been good. Alright, here we go. Okay, so every time he jumps, there's like a little bit of variance, annoyingly enough. That's why it's like not easy to do. Actually, yeah,
Would it be
like
worth
it just.
jumping to the bridge platforms then?
And the big problem is also like the camera angle and the new controls don't make it easy.
No, they don't. Well,
Grant shaking his fists angrily, being like, ah!
just profanities, entities like galore. Oh, come on.
I can almost like hear from your brain going, like,
Darkness imprisoning me. All I see, absolute horror.
Nah, the only thing I can hear is like, you know, the censorship thing going off because, you know, Grant wants to be, you know, not the Australian swearing person. He wants to be, you know, the nice swearing person.
Yeah.
He wants to be the American not swearing person.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people
Unlike me,
are,
who
like...
gets TF into.
Go on.
Unlike me, who gets TF'd into the swearing American person.
Saw that piece of artwork. Very bold.
To be fair, I did it to tease a friend.
It was well designed, I won't lie. You did a good job on it. But then I see a lot of people doing that lately when it comes to those, like, you know, regional country TFs, and we need to start changing that. We need to start transforming all the American stuff to Australians.
Good point, true.
Start making them do all their truths and crikeys and, you know, throwing boomerangs instead of having AK-47s.
I am just so angry with this game. Thank you for the head pats, Big DJ.
Is it happening so that you get angry, so you make more mistakes, so you get angrier and it's just looping?
Yeah, it's just looping for me, cause here I am. I'm at the high road, and previously
on Dragon Ball Z.
It was... Oh, here it is. Road to Nowhere was where we dealt with the bridge problem.
Yeah, honestly, Grant, like I would not blame you for giving up on this game. Like, so many of us in my even in my childhood, like playing through this level, there was rage-inducing controller throwing, disc snapping, swearing at your older brother or younger brother when they managed to complete it, and punching them in the face. I'm not speaking from experience there.
Okay.
That's not ridiculous. That's not ridiculous to say that.
Apparently there's something at the start of the level.
I swear to Christ, if you're talking about like going backwards for the extra boxes, I already did that like ages ago and it doesn't help.
Okay.
They're just, it's just a little like, oh, you forgot to pick up 4 boxes at the end, and then they just... Ah!
Grant's gonna shoot someone at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the gun to come out and all of us being all like, gun!
I got something for you right here. She's got a gun! It's a letter, Lisa.
Okay, pulling out. Purple, air this bitch out.
Mm-hmm.
Ah!
She's got a clicky!
I didn't know where you were going with that.
I don't know, I've seen people use the term glicky for a gun, so it's like, what's that?
What? That turtle was just like, oh, the bridge just collapsed underneath me? I don't care. I'm just gonna keep walking.
It's pain. Like, it really is. And it's like, hulking out of the short rip. Nah. This is, like, it is a proper, like, frustration. And I, like...
Yeah. Like I said, I would not, what's what I'm looking for? I would not blame you for, like, being all, you know what, fuck this shit, I'm out.
100%.
It's just like, this
He's
is
gonna
the
do it for
last
same
of,
pride.
like, the... Yeah, exactly.
I say it as his pride.
But you're not a
gay or
fan, though,
something?
Cap.
Oh, you fucker!
Oh,
Dreams
shit!
are broken. What? Like, that's the thing I don't understand. It's like, all right, because like head pads were working. All right, let me refund that, and like, because if I go to the action history, so it's done. Yeah, I don't understand like why. Partially connected. Oh, there's an issue with the Twitch broadcaster. Hang on.
Oh, did you update it recently?
Hang on. I'm just gonna disconnect and connect again.
Yeah, because I sometimes find when I update it, it doesn't, it sometimes might not log in properly.
Yeah, okay. Yay for small problems. So, because I haven't, like, it's still on, like, 1.0.1, so it's not, like, fully...
Yeah. Small problems with big grant solutions.
Yep.
Yeah, this is getting me in the mood to play fucking Legend of the Dragon again.
Yeah, I remember playing that on the old Xbox. Loved it.
That was genuinely, like, my first game. And it's probably why I'm a
For whatever
furry.
reason, it says event subs are, like...
Wow. Cap, you were denied, like, the better versions of Spyro.
What do you mean?
Spyro 1, 2, and 3, the original trilogy.
Okay, to
The
be
best
fair,
versions.
that's because I wasn't old enough to play those. I was
Also-
such a fetus.
Also, Spyro Year of the Dragon on the GameCube.
Yeah. There was also that one Game Boy game that came out with a Crash Bandicoot game as well.
Yeah. Originally, they were meant to have proper team-ups, too, the Crash and Spyro.
Mm.
But it never ended up coming to fruition.
Wait, didn't some-
I mean, we did get a crossover with them, with the Toys for Bob game with
Skylanders.
yeah, Skylanders.
Yeah, that also had a like cartoon with it.
Yeah,
And they-
the Netflix one, which was minty.
Yeah, they made Crash sound sane though, so I don't fuck with it. as we all know, Crash is fucking cuckoo bonkers bonanzas.
Yeah, but that's an alternate reality Crash, though.
Yeah. It's the same with Spyro. That's why I don't find Skylanders canon or important.
Yeah,
an
I'm
old
gonna
head.
update this thing because yeah, for whatever reason, it's not connecting fully. So
Yeah, but Skylanders still had Cinder, and they still kind of ended up, you know, touching tips.
You know what? That's true, actually. Cinder was a bad bitch. Let's be
And
real.
they also kind of gave us some of the, you know, Enter the Dragon stuff in the Skylanders TV series.
I just kind of want to see like Spyro get the. Will you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs? When will you wear wigs? You know, since it's Elijah Wood.
all right, so I need to relog in all my things. So relog in that one, and then I need to.
Wow, I went and assessed some fossils and blathers, and like only 2 of them out of the 6 I pulled up were.
How did that feel?
Damn it, blathers!
Sorry, I'm just gotta log in as like my bot account next, so then that way that one can get the
Grant's using a bot.
No, it's just the. It's so silly that it's like, oh, you want to use a like another what's a Mahuzi account? It's like you're gonna have to. So, my gosh, like me being so annoyed with the game that it's just like, let's just do the let's just do a let's just do a little fix, like live scuff fix of my what's in the Whoosies. Alright, so and then I need to see if it'll let me do. The letter Lisa. Then add the one password, so then that way at least have that.
Grant's password, big booty bitches.
No, I got a password manager, so I don't even get to pick it.
Yeah, I'm the same. I've been using one password ever since you suggested to me.
It's good. So work gives it.
It has been helpful.
It gives us a free family account, so which is actually really good. All right.
Aw, I could have been in a family account.
Also, Vince DeLupo with the absolute bowling ball strike.
Not the
reason the
bowling level. Oh.
Absolute true. The bridge isn't breaking because the bridge is bad. It's because you're too heavy. You're too full of muscle.
Too heavy. Yep, that's exactly it. That's the exact problem I have.
Grant has too much himbo energy.
It's true.
Yeah.
Well, it's not himbo energy. It's himbo mass.
All right, so.
Himbo mass energy.
All right, cool. That's
Massive.
all of them signed in again because of the change in the what's Mahuzies. Alrighty, let's see.
Yeah. See, if you let Code walk on the bridge, it'd be fine.
Oh, it's fatter than me by like a large margin.
Nah, I'm tiny.
Fuck you, bitch.
He's shrimp size.
Alright,
That's
so
the
this was the
flat
one
board
that was
chest.
like I was constantly dying like earlier nonsenses to. But oh, you bug! Let someone. I wish I could have someone else like just walk on the what's Mahuzi, but I can't because you know the game doesn't
You know
allow
what?
me to share controllers.
It's just like Squid Game.
Well, there are apps for that. I absolutely don't want that though. Damn.
What if you wanted to play Crash Bandicoot, but Crash Bandicoot said Squid Game?
Oh, that's right. It's a public holiday on tomorrow.
Yeah, it's Australia Day / Invasion Day. I personally don't partake, but you know.
It's my
Swag.
mom's birthday, so I take it just so then that way I can bring my mom happy birthday before I just take the rest of the day.
Hey, man.
Happy birthday, Grandmom!
Happy birthday, Grant's mum. I was about to say something that probably wouldn't have been nice.
Ooh, you got. Ooh.
Are we sure?
Yeah, we're sure.
Are you sure?
Yeah, no. We say nice things here. We're nice.
No, I'm talking about the bonus level. Are you sure? Oh my god! 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 Oh my god!
Well, yeah, see, I forget how this, like, the pattern for how that one's supposed to go. Like, I remember it being, you had to go, like... I think you had it right, Grant, but the problem is just getting to the...
Oh, you
no.
fucking shitting me! That... Oh my god! Fuck off! Oh my...
You made it!
Hooray,
Fuck you,
you're
Crash,
free!
for taking the bridge. You deserve that. You decided to pick a bridge rather than any other fucking way to get to it.
Poor Crash is just fucking getting obliterated by this fucking bus.
After what Grant just went through? No, deserved.
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 Oh my god.
And the good news is we never have to deal. Hang on. We never have to deal with bridge levels again.
Hey, Grant, just make sure you don't accidentally load the save file.
Nah, I already did the save, so it's good.
Oh no, because I'm remembering from last week when you so I said to Grant, like, you know, after he finished the other level, I said, oh, you know, game file accidentally corrupts and he loses position, and instead he accidentally loads the game save file.
Yeah.
From the earlier point. Thankfully, the game auto-saved, so he didn't have to go back through that. We didn't have to hear the sounds of Grant yelling from here straight through to, you know, all the way to fucking Venezuela.
You know, game needs a remix or a port. Sly Cooper.
Oh, yes.
Would be good.
Fuck yes. Give me a Sly Cooper game.
Yeah.
They have it available for you to like play via like software emulation on like the PlayStation 5 via PS Plus.
I don't think so, but if they do, I might just go play it.
Like it was very like I remember like it was Kusaki that was mentioned because Kusaki's played Sly on stream and what have you, and they had it available via their classic collection. So they have like a few of their they have a few of their, you know, PlayStation 2 titles, but they're all, you know, they're all like software emulation, not hardware emulation like it was on the PlayStation 3's like earlier iterations. So,
yeah.
But, you know.
But also, if I'm not mistaken, you have to have a fucking
PlayStation
Prime
Plus account.
Yeah, that one.
Yep. You need like the highest tier as well. You need like deluxe.
Well, good for me.
Why
I really
that?
should, because I don't play it very often, but I just like forgot to unsubscribe.
Yeah, I'm not about to forget that I'm subscribed to like, you know, something, because like I normally go for like yearly like subscriptions, so it's like pretty expensive to have them like, you know, first payment, but then it's like I'm not worrying about it for like the next like
as much as I hate the subscription thing, I think if more people are going to do it, they should all do the same pricing that Nintendo does. $50 a year for the thing, and it gives you full access to everything.
Are the platforms getting faster? Are they fucking up?
No, I think it's just your timing's off.
Yeah.
That was agonizing to look at.
It was. does. Also, like, they keep changing his, like, little thing. Sometimes it's, like, you know, very dark. Sometimes it's very bright.
Sometimes he's wearing makeup, sometimes he's not.
Yeah. But I use the D-pad, like, a lot. I use the D-pad a lot more than, like, the analog stick. And was the analog stick something from the PlayStation 1?
No.
Yes and no. It was from the later iterations of the PlayStation 1, when they brought in Ape Escape, but it was the PlayStation 2 that really made the sticks more viable as an option.
Oh, I forgot. Goddamn, the bridge is like really fucking over. So, yeah, and I tried analog stick because I'm using an analog stick just to like go through these rooms, and then the minute I get to the stairs, I'm like swapping the D-pad just for like. But yeah.
Like there were a few levels in the remake where it's like, you know, I really liked the fact that I had a stick to use rather than.
So why do I have this thing here? Quick.
Alright, top of your head, what's your favorite Crash level? And why is it Hog Wild?
I don't know what Hog Wild is.
It's where you ride on a hog.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's good, honestly.
And it's got like a banger track on it. Yeah, the one that goes.
Mostly the inverted revs because the colors. I have not played the fourth Crash Bandicoot. I've played like the fourth released one when it was released on Xbox and all the other consoles. I was like that was
Twinsanity? That's classic.
Not Twinsanity, Wrath of Cortex.
Oh, that's good as well.
Yeah, because like that's not Crash Bandicoot 4 for whatever reason, but yeah, it had like, you know, upgrades where it's like, oh yeah, you can now like crouch or this and such. I remember that was a thing. Never finished it, but you know, sister loved Crash Bandicoot, so she did most of it. Alright, so don't. That's a bit of a tough. What have we got? Then there was Crash Twin. The tag team racing was good. What have we got? Gosh. This game honestly
Crash
is like frustrating me now. Like I just I can't get timing right, and it's like.
When it comes to those platforms, you gotta wait for them to be on the comeback before jumping.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, Crash is my mum's favorite game.
Play video games?
She did on occasion when she was married to my dad. Because my dad,
and I'm just
my dad would play a lot of video games.
I love how this thing has like
a
little barrier, so it's like you can't, you know, run to your death there. Like you can't run off.
I was gonna make the joke. Wait, Cap, you have a mom? I thought you found the Cabbage Patch.
A Cabbage Patch?
Like the Cabbage
I will have
Patch.
you know, I am a goddamn carrot. I hate those goddamn cabbages.
Yeah, Cap was a carrot that was found in the Cabbage Patch.
I need to like. Don't play it unless you have the colors. Unless you want the colors to give you a headache. I kind of want to, I don't have the game. I only have like the Insane trilogy. But if it was ever, it's always those cases of, if it was gifted to me, probably gonna play it. I have played the games that have been gifted to me. There have been games that I have just dropped because what was gifted to me was not fun. Like Camera Obscure was a very bleh puzzle platformer.
You mean... Wait, Camera Obscura? You mean Fatal Frame?
No, it's called Camera Obscura. Alright, sorry, just taking a small Alright.
Oh shit, the new Fantasy
okay.
Life is out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been out for a while.
Damn. I've heard nothing about it.
Actually, that is a game I want to play at some point, even if it's not through stream. Because, like...
I played Fantasy Life as a kid.
What do you mean? I've played it in the... Oh, God, I'm old! I had it on the DS!
There we go.
Oh, speaking of DSs, I actually figured out how to mod the 3DS that I've got. Now I just need to get a new battery for it because it's cocked.
Yeah, I have a 3DS. I wouldn't mind doing that, but I'm thinking if I do, I'm gonna wait and maybe purchase a secondary one. See if I can find a cheap secondary one on online, because I don't want to mod it and then all of a sudden not be able to use it later on down the road.
I don't know, it seems pretty like usable. It's just like additional stuff added on top.
Yeah, and I understand that, but at the same time I'm like... Because I had a modified original Xbox. And like after a while, the disc tray started to go on it because of some of the modifications. So like I'm very hesitant when it comes to modifying any console or anything like that. Ooh, that was an unlucky jump.
Yeah, that was a annoying one to do, because like now the platform starts moving, which is the annoying bit.
Yeah, this was another one of those levels that people hated, along with the bridge level. But this one, though, these levels are, I would say, are easier than the bridge level.
This is definitely easier than the bridge level. So, because now that I've gotten into the mood. Oh, Jesus! Having said that, not Claire Obscura. Claire Obscura was absolutely fun. Camera Obscura. It's a...
Yeah, it's a 2D platform by the looks of it.
It is a Oh, I jumped too soon.
I was just looking at it on the Steam store.
Do not play it. It's...
Really wasn't planning to.
Hey Code.
Hey Cap.
Do you know if Code Vein is related to God Eater? I've heard of such things, but I'm not sure.
Yes, but I'm not telling you how.
Okay.
Oh, you fucker! Jesus. Great, now my audio thing is... I can't adjust the... Oh wait, can I? Because if I manipulate it here... Does it sound like lighter for everyone else?
Yep.
So yeah, because I need to have this lower. It's like, I think it's doing my head in. Like,
Yeah.
doing them multiple things. Like,
But yeah, I'm not going to tell you...
But, Jesus.
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you how, but I will tell you yes, that there is some relation between Code Vein and God Eater.
Yeah.
So if you are wanting to go through God Eater, let me know, and I can give you a hand going through the first game.
If I'm just gonna, like, lock in and just, like, do it by myself, because I have my Saiyan pride! Also, what do you think
Oh,
of the
Jesus,
whip so
no!
far?
Fuck! Oh,
Nice.
you
Looking
fucker!
good.
Oh, Jesus. This, you are not going to help me. Aqua. Oh, fuck up there.
Alright, I'm gonna be up here.
There.
Yep.
Gosh darn.
You got this,
The,
Grant. You
the
can do
bridge
this.
has like very much just like tilted me to like such a degree where it's just like I am not willing to like, you know, just learn the the rhythm of the game. I'm not willing to, or the rhythm of the level.
Yeah, you're at that point where it's like, I am about ready to snap a controller in half and then break the neck of anyone who says anything after that.
Yeah, it's not even 2 hours in, is the thing as well. It's like, and like, I'm not 100% familiar with like how far away from this one game I am either. It's like, I don't know if like this was one of those like, you know, if it was that, you know, long of a... So that goes off at the same time, so we need to... Yep, there we go. So it's like, I don't know if I'm like, you know, only just like halfway, or because of like, you know, the percentiles being more for like collectibles and such, it's like, you know, you're actually more like, you know... Oh, fuck. I got that. Like, I don't know if I'm actually, like, really close now, because, you know, we get past the toxic, because we got past, like, some of the toxic stuff, and there we go.
Actually, Code Vein 2 is looking really good. I'm actually excited to play that game.
I honestly wish I was, like, had more time for playing, like, video games and what have you, but, like, okay, technically I do have, like, plenty of time, but it's, like, not in, like, the demonstrated-y kind of sense, and energy is just more often.
Yeah, nah, I feel ya. Like, lately, like, if I get up at a reasonable time, like, between work shifts, I'll normally try to play at least a few hours of something or an hour of something.
Oh, I had it right! I was right there!
You double, guessed yourself.
Yeah. Here we go. Thank you for the headpan spins.
Oh. An update for Repo where they've actually made the cart into an actual vehicle. But that's not going to end badly. There you go.
Yep. Nah, I wasn't patient that.
But you're getting there. You're getting better. You're doing it.
Yeah, I'm just annoyed with, like, just the length I have to go, and it's like...
Glug, 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 glug.
Yeah, I think the big problem is the that bridge level definitely left you.
It left me very, like, short with the whole thing,
Yeah.
which is like a little panicky, which is like annoying, because it's like sometimes it's like there are video games like, you know, like with the Armored Core or Dark Souls, where it's like you want to keep the muscle memory of like the mechanics as long as you can, so it's like it's not really great to, like, you know, leave them for like weeks on end. But then you also have to strike the balance of, like, sometimes you will get like 2 hours in or something like that, and it's like you might just need to take a break for like that might just be it for you for today, after, like, you know, testing your metal for...
Yeah, you might just need to, like, you know, take a sidestep. Be like,
Yeah.
okay.
Play a more relaxing game, like Dark Souls, while you're being set on fire.
Yeah, still need to find the video that was like talking about like the whole like genre thing with Dark Souls and what have you, because like there are so many people. Like, I know there was, like, so many people where it's, like, Souls-like is the appropriate name because, you know, it's meant to be difficult, or, you know, we got things like Metroidvania, and it's, like, there's a lot to be said about, like, genres and such like that, but I feel like with the way, like, some of the core mechanics of the quote-unquote Souls-like or Soulsborne that everyone goes for and such like that, it's, like, right now, it's still in a realm where, more often than not, people are doing it for, people are still making, like, basically, the Dark Souls clones are just too similar because they're like, oh, you know, not only are they doing it, like, the same mechanically, but then they're doing the same, like, tone and such, which is, like, that's boring. It's like, you don't want, you know, you don't want the same tone in different games and such like that. And I feel like the easiest way to help, you know, get out of that kind of shtick is, you know, you do the whole... No!
You do the whole hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
This was where I was... difficulty.
Come on.
Four. My count was off.
Yeah, just by a second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna figure out what to have for lunch.
4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
This is Grant doing a Jin impersonation?
4.
No, he's trying to make sure he keeps count to the stairs.
That's gonna be it.
That bird is probably gonna be a pain in the ass.
Because, like, we go from, like, 4 seconds on the stairs and such like that to, basically, like, like, things being at different counts and what have you. So, because you got, like, this platform going in at a different count. There we go.
Sorry, I'm just talking to myself.
Yeah, no, hang on, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna need to do this. I'm going to need to deafen, because, like, as much as I love side commentary and what have you, it's like, this one I'm going to need to, like, mute and deafen to do. Alright. Yep. Okay. Alright. Sorry, I needed a mute and deafen then, because, like, I needed it.
No, I got it. You were locking in. You were like.
Because I appreciate having people here, especially when it's, like, you know, at, like, sort of the half focus thing, but then I was at, like, a full focus mode, and it was like, okay, I need to... Oh.
I need you people to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I wish I could, like, mute it only for myself, and then the rest of chat could still hear you conversing and what have you, but... There we go.
Yeah, I didn't like this platform.
It's a very... oblong kind of like motion as well, so it's like you kind of need to. There we go, and then. These ones are fine. The minor, I was like pressing the fucking like D-pad like more than one occasion. Woo! Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Honestly, weirdly enough, like. And I went real far too on that one.
That's alright. That's alright.
Knowing my luck as well is like I probably was like just before a checkpoint after dealing with those guys, but because of like paranoia, I was like, okay, let me just jump this thing rather than just like walking up and down it.
This was one of the more difficult levels because unlike other levels where you're going from like front to back or back to front, this time you're sort of going like, you know, like an actual platformer.
Yeah.
Which sort of changes a lot of the rules that, you know, a lot of people got used to when dealing with the other levels.
Yeah. I think the coolest like perspective shift that like, because the advantage of like the 3D, which I thought was really cool, was that they were like, oh, you know, you did a level where you were like, you know, going forward or something like that. Now let's do one where you're running away from a boulder.
Yeah, but you're still having that. You're still on that sort of like, you know, you're either going towards or away from the screen, which isn't as big a shift as like, you know, these sort of ones.
Oh my gosh. The like. The fact that like this particular Fuck, I thought I could use the slide to my advantage. That was not the case. It's like, it's not round, it's like a different...
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. Oh, I should have... I should have like gone for the one that was coming towards me rather than chase after the. But I saw the first one and I locked in. Oh god! Now I'm going through the more painful of the. I'm going through the more painful of the level, which is not going to be great, and with like sweaty hands and what have you, it's gonna. I don't. Genuinely enjoy this. Yeah. Actually, back onto the fucking like Dark Souls rants and such like that. Like, because of like, you know, Dark Souls like having all these like really cool mechanics and like engaging with Metroidvania and what have you. But then there comes the problem of like, oh, it's a difficult game, so when you do a Souls-like, it just inherently has to be difficult because as part of its thing. And I'm like, no, that is not the point of it. Like the like you can have JRPGs without the without like some of fuck! You can have JRPGs with like some of the without like, you know, some of the obvious like Japanese tones of like, we are going to kill God. It's like some of them are very quite simply it's just, you know, the turn-based RPG. Yeah, because like some people would argue that like JRPG is quite simply they just want turn-based.
Yeah. You had to adult for a second, did you?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna kill myself. Hang on. I'm gonna reset my camera.
That's quite the
Sorry, you just came back in with like no context as to like, oh, why is Grant doing this? Just getting myself back up to like a higher amount of
It's like that
parts.
that fucking one clip of Steve Harvey. I'm killing myself. Ding.
Here we go. All right. Yoink. At this point, I don't want to get distracted.
Oh shit, Kurgus got the one fucking YouTube channel that does all the explanations of stuff.
First Kazat.
Yeah, that one. They have a game.
Oh, like a legit video game.
Yeah, it's on Steam. Starbird's a relaxing asteroid base building and resource management game. Discover and mine countless asteroids, create production networks, and guide your flock to spacefaring birds to new interstellar horizons.
Sounds fun.
And it's in like the that word art style.
This was a childhood favorite of ours for a bit until it became another psychotic tool. We can really kill God. Sounds fun. I swear to Christ, if Crash Bandicoot actually has a kill God boss, that'd be hilarious.
Would be kinda.
Ah! I just this game. Weirdly enough, I've gotten, because of the bridge level, I've gotten really good at the whole like jumping on enemies thing for platforming's sake. But then like normal platforming, I am dog shit at. I just hate that I don't have like an obvious like recovery. Because like any of the other like slippery slopes has been a thing of like, oh, if you just keep running in the direction, you kind of just stay in the same spot, which I liked. Whereas with this one, it's like, nope, legitimate slip. So it's like, and also I reckon there's like some people that would be like, you know, just doing the jumps. Oh my god, how did I miss that? Some of them would probably just be doing the the steps one at a time, and frankly, I don't think there's enough time like to be able to do it. So it's like, yeah, I don't think there is just enough time to do it like 2 steps at a time.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Loki, what a save though.
It was a save, but now comes the problem of the bird. Oh, cool, the bird came back. I was worried the bird wasn't going to come back. Alright, so... See, like... I just don't think there's enough time. Alright, hang on, I need to lock in. Ah! Nope, locking
You
in.
jinxed that shit.
What the fuck is the Starbirds game, Friendly Pylon? Why do people do this? Why do they tell me while I'm in the middle of a video game that I'm playing that has a franchise series that I need to get through this and shit, and there's some people that are like, you should play another game!
Because I was talking about it before. The Kyrgyzstan.
The Cursed Kazakh game. Okay. I'm gonna switch to standing mode for a quick minute. I am actually going to, like...
So it's all capped fault.
Man, if only all my problems was to one person, that would be amazing. But they're not.
Oh no, what is he gonna do to me?
Absolutely nothing. That's the greatest tragedy. Evaluated on your reaction in gameplay, Kingdom Hearts. Save A files, flash through, and then shame for making others put in so much work. I want to ask for that. Wait, what? What's Friendly Pylon on about now? This is one of the troubles in, like, I like playing video games. Sometimes there are video games where it's like, you know, your brain is just fucking empty, like Megabonk, and it's just easy to do, like, with other people, or Terraria. And then there's games like Crash Bandicoot, where I was just like, you know, once in a while, I'll periodically look over, and it's like, what in the shit did I just miss? So...
Yeah, it happens.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Friendly Pylon. I keep it real.
Based on your reaction in gameplay, Kingdom Hearts, save files, fish through, and then change for making others put too much work to do. Yeah, no, I don't know what Friendly... I feel like Friendly Pylon, this sounds like, you know, conversation from a different, like, stream or channel, and coming into this one, and, like, if there's anything I have learned in my time, like, streaming in the last 4 years and such, I do... The people that I hang out with, like, from other streams and such, these are the people, alright? Cap doesn't stream all that much. Code does stream. I don't catch up on a lot of Code stream, which is really unfortunate because of timing. Velk kind of streams, but it's one of those fun things where Velk is totally complacent with, you know, streaming to just, you know, a small handful of people. Other than that, I do not hang out with other streamers and what have you, because it is a lot of fucking work. Like, especially Australian streamers. I don't know why, like, a part of me feels like I may have been, like, blacklisted in, like, some weird, like, social circles and such, because, like, I'm banned in, like, Outcast Stars streams because as I had a take about what was it, what was the hero shooter that Sony...
Rebels.
No, not what?
Concord,
yeah. I was with unnamed named, and we were just like joking about like the Concord design and such, because it wasn't like we didn't think it was good, and we were like, and when I was deciding to like read through like, you know, some of the backstories that they gave for some of the Concord people, it kind of annoyed me that one of them was like, oh, here's this lady who is like a warlock from Destiny, and I'm like, nope, you've now like, don't do that. Don't do, like, the whole, like, you know, oh, this character just simply functions like this character in another game. It's like, no. Like, instead, like, don't lean on other video gamers and such like that. Instead, like, you know, so we made up our own kind of, like, fucking lore for some of these characters and such, and some of them was like, we were, you know, shooting the shit, where it's like, here's Glorp Shito, which was like, riffing on the Star Wars thing. But then there was some where I was like, I honestly think we did like a fairly, okay job, because we had one where it's like, oh, here's one that was a fashion model turned assassin, as in like, rebellion. Here's an army vet that's now a gardener, hence why they have like the prosthetic legs. Like we had like different kind of lore and such, and it's like some of it was funny, some of it was really good. And then like, we shit on Concord a little bit, but not to like the same level as like a whole lot of other people were. And I just got caught on he just says, I'm disappointed in the TikTok, and then I just get banned across his platforms. And then, like, most recently, like, just getting into, like, one, like, Discord channel with some peeps. I apparently said some stuff that, like, irked people the wrong way, like, Death of a Thousand Cuts thing, but couldn't be given, like, all the examples, because they were all, like, small, all examples. So while there wasn't, like, one incident that would have been, like, this is an absolute indescribable, you need to fix yourself because of this, it was more of a case of, you come off as wrong, and like all this kind of nonsense is weird, and it's made people uncomfortable in the Discord, and rather than them raise it properly and you work with them and such, you're kicked out of the Discord and what have you. It's just,
To be fair, I wouldn't trust social techniques on Twitch streamers, considering what happened at that one Rivals tournament.
oh yeah,
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
that was only a few days ago. The for those of you that were not following, your brain isn't-
King something or other.
So yeah, the
Kingsman was playing Rivals, and he's actually a good player.
Mhm.
And CC, who is a bad player, was playing for vibes, but he needed the prize money, so they were being some
Yep.
fucking schmucks about it,
yeah,
and they banned his ass.
yeah, so the whole timeline was like, oh, there's a creators tournament to showcase, Deadpool and what have you. Oh, and by the by, there's a $40,000 prize pool that would be, and so people would have gotten like $1,000 or so, after the tournament split and such like that. One of the highest ranking people, so Kingsman was in the team and was, playing with the group. They were playing for the vibes. One of them, who is known for playing as Black Widow in Marvel Rivals, wasn't doing too hot because of like the opposing comp and what have you, and
Oh, funnily, no, it wasn't because of the opposing comp. She got fucking 0 kills, 0 assists, 9 deaths.
She bad comp and 200 minutes second. Like there were things against her that wouldn't have made her go out off too well. And so rather than just sort of like take it on the chin of like, oh yeah, we're just this is a bad team comp and such, he was very much in the sense of like, no, like there's prize on the there's money on the line, and I want to try and do a good effort, and this is a team thing. I'm trying to do my best, but here's someone that is struggling. Let's do a swap, like go off Black Widow off onto maybe someone like what's his name, Winter Soldier or something or other. But then like CC is like doesn't want to do that, and it's like multiple. And there's like, I think there's like a gang up basically. Not everyone in the team, but at least 2 of them are just sort of like, we're here for the vibes. You do your thing, and let us do our thing. He's like, yeah, but your thing is helping us lose. And he's like, we just won that one. He's like, yeah, despite that, like you've got 0 kills, 0 assists.
You just won that one, but like, hold on, what was the fucking? It was like 1-7 that they were going, like 1 win over 8 games.
Yeah, they had 1 win over 8 games, and but yeah, essentially they all dogpiled on Kingsman for being like, they made it seem like as if he was too sweaty, wouldn't take no for an answer and such. And it's like, no, this is a guy that was like asking you to do comp checks and such like that, and like so Twitter had a field day on it because some people like CC and the other user I think deleted their VOD or something like that, but then Kingsman had his VOD, so everyone like on social media could see how this was playing out, and like one of the memes that came out from it, which I thought was really funny, is there was like Marvel Rivals like, oh, we're playing like for 40k, oh, we're just playing for the vibes. Meanwhile, like at the local LCS where you just get yourself a $50 Taco Bell voucher or something like that, it's like like showing Jujutsu Kaisen fight scenes and all this other, and like Blue Lock is like, I want to
It's-
fucking
yeah.
kill this man. So, which is really funny. It's like much lower
Have
stakes.
you ever played Tekken with your life on the line?
Yeah, that was so. It's like,
Have you ever played Tekken with $2.50 on the line?
Have you ever played Sonic Cross Worlds with an up rank on the line? Like, there was just all these. We can practically feel the prior conversations you've had recently, and it's kind of disturbing. What? Oh, that could have been like from ages ago about the Discord or the Outcast Stars. But yeah, the where's my brain at now? Shit. But yeah, so like the whole like the meme, like it's like we've taken a like there's been a wide stance across the internet where majority of people are on Kingsman's side because, you know, he wasn't like super toxic or anything like that. He very much just was, hey, there's money on the line. This is a comp. I would like to, you know, hopefully win and such like that. At the end of it, people like supported his like Patreon or his Twitch stream, and so he's like made the $3,000 that way.
He made that back in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, so, you know, team support and such. But then meanwhile, on the opposing team, you had like CC and a few others where it's just like, oh, people are absolutely like piling onto her. And it's like, yeah.
Not only that, apparently CC lost a lot of her.
Yeah, 3 sponsors.
Not just that, but they all went over to fucking Kingsman instead.
Yeah, so yeah, because like this is one of those cases of like the internet drama and such like that. Is that like in like there are some cases where it's like in the grand scheme of things, it's like it shouldn't be like a huge like blowout and such like that. But then unfortunately, because of like, you know, the age of the internet, post 2000s, where, you know, livelihood and skin is in the game on the internet, it's like people. I'm talking about the internal mechanisms are simulating some what? Okay, friendly pylon. I know, like, himboism in me is like very real. I have no idea. Like, I'm looking through your previous messages. I am
not a himbo, but still I'm fucking confused.
Yeah,
I don't understand either.
I'm kind of. Well, I think it's because like there could just be like a time delay on what we're talking about, what friendly pylon here, friendly pylon's response, whether or not. And so it's like trying to figure out like where is friendly pylon responding at which point, because we are going from like one conversation to another. So yeah, because like relax, Golden Dab, I can feel the anxiety. So yeah, so you know the relax. Call it. Your brain is processing a scripted persona. I'm not derealized in the slightest. This isn't your relaxed or genuine. I don't know at what point in the conversation that would be.
What is?
We can practically feel the prior conversations you've had recently, and it's kind of disturbing. No, I'm talking about our internal mechanisms are simulating some possible thought patterns, and you're not using some of your main mindset. And then, because of, like, you know, me saying like, I'm very himbo, he's like, we're not dumb. It's like, that's fair, call it intuition. I'm just, yeah, lost.
I
need to sit down for this one. I stood up for a little bit, just so then that way, I could stretch my feet and what have you while we conversed. This was good conversation, though.
This is very glass table ass conversation.
Glass table conversation? What?
You've never had like a convo at like 3 a.m. around a glass table that gets like super deep?
Oh, okay.
And it's like the glass frosted table.
Okay.
With like the rattan chairs.
I can imagine the scene that you're talking about. Cookie for Wolfshe. Here's your cookie, Wolfshe Gaming. Now I can visualize. I never heard of it before, of like, oh, glass table conversation. I just think of it as like 3 a.m. conversation. Because then it's like agnostic to, you know, the setting.
Yeah, but I'm Australian, so that like that's how I remember it.
It's at a glass table, is what it is.
Yeah. Like a cheap one from Bunnings.
Oh, I get what I pick up what you're putting down. Alright. I reckon I got it this time. I don't got it. But yeah, the like I like the memes that open up about like of like, you know, just people putting like way more like game on the line for even lower thingamadickies, but like the fallout, like this is the thing I don't like about the internet with like everyone's like, you know, posting like everything about themselves on the internet is just the
It gets nuclear quick.
It does, because it's like it's no longer a like, oh hey, like, you know, oh like short-term reaction kind of stuff like as it should be with the internet. It's like, no, now there's some like comeuppance that will happen where it's just like, oh yeah, people will, you know, pick their side, but then you'll have like stuff where it's like, you know, oh, people are like, you know, either doubling down on their stances or having a like, you know, oh god damn, having their fact. Trust me, this level everyone doesn't like. Oh, I've already gone through the level that no one likes. I've already gone through the second bridge level, Wolfshe. This is the level after the bridge. So I'm trying to get through this now. But yeah, the Marvel Rivals thingamadiggy. I like that, you know, I like some of the memes that opened up, but like the whole, you know, people just like ready to like eviscerate into CC and such like that. It's like that's going like a touch too far, and it's like I can just see, like, because of like the way we were with like Gamergate and such. I'm gonna leave now for listening. As to others is creepy. Feel ideas communication is kind of hard to feel safe footing with talking it anywhere. Oh, okay, friendly pylon.
Oh, what?
The bridge is easy compared to this one? What do you mean the bridge is easy compared to this one?
Oh yeah, there's a DLC version of this this level called Stormy Ascent. It's hell.
Is it a requirement to go through DLC ones?
Oh no.
Thank goodness. Alright. But yeah. Like I can just see this like setting back, like, because it's not just like, oh, you know, leaving to the where's my right now? Like there's just been this like ongoing like issue of like women in video games, like either in a competitive scene, creative, and what have you, where like we've put them, like we set them to a higher standard, and then when movements like these get done, like you feel like, oh, this is just setting back any sort of like, you know, positive movement for women in video games and stuff like that, when there's moments like these where it's just like, oh, like, you know, people just dogpiling on Kingsman and such like that, and it will be interpreted as like, well, this is what it's like having women in professional gaming, and it's like, no, that's not what it is. But then you'll have people that have that take. So yeah, it's just
I'm annoyed that it's set the precedent of all women suck at games now, because they don't, and it's not fair on them that this happens.
Yeah.
Because they are just as capable, if not more capable, as someone in my static has confirmed.
Yeah, and
that they can play the games just as well, if not better.
Which is really, which is annoying that, you know, this is the state. Like we don't applaud it when it, like, you know, occurs as often as it could, but we're very quick to like sort of vilify and use it as like use this incident as like a stance for this is why we shouldn't have it, because, like, you know, if you do like, not only will you be like playing badly at the game, but then you'll also be like toxic towards people that are just trying to be nice, and it's like oh shit. This section, good. This is the one that like has me like losing so many of my lives, because it's like you kind of need to not screw up, otherwise then it's like the step backs you do are too much.
Yeah. It's funny things I've like seen on TikTok in like what's the word? Reaction to such thing is like women posting. There's like this one frame from My Hero Academia of Who's the guy with the multiple arms?
Tentacruel? Tenta something or other. Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking to Spinner, going like, Spinner, you're about to set us back 30 years.
Yep. Oh.
And I thought that was like funny. They're taking it on the cheek, while also like saying this is not something that should happen, but it's going to happen.
Yeah. This is what everyone hates. The timing sucks and no is a rage level. Oh, yeah, this level. Alright, cool. There's the checkpoint. Excellent. No, there isn't. Okay, cool. But yeah. Using the D-pad a lot in this game. So. Oh no. One day in the professional scene, we will applaud women in the competitions. So. But yeah, all this like hopefully the conclusion people will have is not that women shouldn't be in competitive games. The conclusion I hope people will have is content creators are not a great like barometer on like, you know, social skills and what have you, because as we are exemplifying extreme behaviors, not standardized behaviors. So.
Why am I getting ads? I'm fucking subscribed to you. What the shit?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I did set it that, you know, if you're subscribed, you don't get ads. Unless you're not subscribed and you've been lying to me.
You watched me make a Twitch sub. You watched me Prime sub that bitch. Right there. The nerve. You're listening.
Oh yeah. Conclusion chat. At like, I remember this all started because it was like, you know, yeah, brain, you can do this. Also, why doesn't the pause work? Like, there should be a pause button so you can like quit out of this and such, but there isn't. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So yeah, like, streamers and what have you, especially ones that are like, you know, the hyper focus is on like playing video games, whether it's as a personality or as a high skill ceiling, is not indicative of like, you know, strong like social media manager or social skills, I have found. Alright, this was the part where I did the mistake of like jumping this and then like ended up like getting myself like knocked. Here we go. Alright.
Let's go, Justin.
Woo! Oh, that was a waste.
Did that have knockback?
I think so, but it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna focus too hard on that one. Alright, so what's up? And then whoop. So, because I'm not gonna focus too much on box achievement, that's not my thing. Do I want to bother on getting that box? Yes, I do. I just need to be mindful not to... Yeah, there we go. You? Oh, you!
Oh,
That's
that was
fine.
dirty. That was dirty.
It was very dirty, and that save is like no, or that extra life is no longer there, which means, you know, the box is, you know, interpretably worthless for me. But yeah, like it's a, like, because it's doing the normal circle, but then you have this thing going left and right, so it's like. There we go.
There we go.
The bird is very important in order to... I wonder if the wings...
Hey, bada bing!
Bada bing, bada boom! Alright, do not fuck this up! Oh, that's not good that they're giving us so many lies. It's worth it if you try to do it for the gems, as one of them is a color gem means no death runs. Oh, yeah, I'm not a completionist, Wolf Sheep. I'm playing these video games for the fun of it. I try to play these video games for the fun of it. Alright. But yeah. So, overall, it's like, Twitch streamers, we're probably not the best, like, barometer of, like, you know, good social skills and what have you, despite, you know, we try our best here and there. And, yeah, I don't have that many, like, streamer friends, especially for, like, collaboration purposes and such. It's a fairly short list compared to some others. So, but with those I have, I do appreciate it.
Hello!
Hi there, Vector. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, okay.
Greetings, Victor.
This is a unique one. Oh, he would be here. I'm using like the thumbstick for this one. Aw, you don't get like the triple thingy-majiggy. That's a shame. Oh, does that mean that there's like a timer on the glow then, instead of like just a standard? Oh shit. Oh, devious. So, the edge of darkness. Yeah, I need to like wait for it to. Oh no! Oh, so it does like fade if you're not fast enough. That is terrible. I don't like that.
How bad does that Yakuza 3 Kiwami look?
Oh, it's. I've heard it's having problems because it's like it's not like there was one. I think there was like one obvious problem with the Yakuza game with like the VA and the past or something like that. But it's like not only have they like not, you know, dealt with that VA problem, but it's like, oh, they just started making even more horror problems. Because like I understand that the whole point of the Kiwami was that you got like more contextual like clues and side thingy-majiggies related to your antagonists and such. So I think Dark Tides, like that's their point there, is, you know, give you a little more information about Yakuza 3. Because like Yakuza 1 and Yakuza 2 were like very simple, like, oh, you know, rivalries within the Yakuza kind of I jumped too soon. Rivalries in the Yakuza storylines, but I honestly do not remember what 3 was all about. All those extra lives I collected just wasted away now. Why did they keep the lives mechanic? Like, is it just so then that way, like, you know, checkpoints were, like, more limited? Is that their reasoning why?
Something like that, probably.
Oh, that was.
I mean, they could have.
been a good
They
jump.
could have foregone the lives, but
Yeah. Because, like, I feel like the only reason for the lives is so then that way you. Oh. Like, the lives is just so then that way, like, the checkpoints aren't perfect. But, like, you know, if you quit the game, it's like you don't get to go back to the checkpoints anyway if you were there previously, so. Yeah.
the timing on that little bridge is a pain.
Just a little bit. Especially because of like the darkness. You were like, you know, I remember people being like, oh, it was capped. I was like, oh yeah, the fog is a bitch. The fog is not the problem now. Like, this is worse than the fog. Yeah. How's your year going, Vector? Happy New Year. I can say that because it's not yet Australia Day. Once it's past Australia Day, then it's no longer the New Year. It's just, you know, the year.
Yeah, I can't believe we're almost at the end of this.
So, yeah. I'm still...
We're almost at the end of 2026.
Not the end of 2026. Don't say that already. That's a bit... Oh, god damn you. This is the part where I was... So this is where I was last time. That I was getting, like, the constant revives and what have you.
What, I'm not allowed to make that joke of, like, you know... It's been one hell of a year so far. I'm glad it's almost over. What do you mean it's only fucking January?
It's only January. It's like, what a year. Captain, it's January. God, that's what it, like, felt like coming back from the cruise. It's just like, I have, like... There's all this stress.
I don't care what gender you are.
Hi,
Put on
Blue.
the maid outfit.
Fuck you for putting me in the maid outfit.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
You know what a maid outfit needs? Even more money.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You know what? I probably should get a maid outfit or something like that made up for my model at some point.
It's like every VTuber's like kind of requirements is they have a maid outfit to coincide with their
The only thing is though, I think I'd make Grant jealous because I fill mine out much better.
Yeah, I don't need a maid outfit. I got fucking cybernetic implants type shit. Damn it, I thought... I hate this new fucking Fugi Tech UI.
Oh, like the little system where it's like, you know, the options for, you know, who to include and who to exclude kind of thing.
No, just changing your Fugi Tech and how long it takes for it to load.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, why was that just lying on the ground?
Plus, the reason why Cap wouldn't look that great in a maid dress, she's too flat chested.
Okay, fuck you. Then why did you put me in one that one time? After you cheated.
Hey, you were the one who put it in the there, so you know. And I never cheated. I never cheated. I just used my advantages.
Lies and deceit.
How's your morning going, Blue? If you're still here, or did you just like maid outfit me and run?
She probably made out. They probably made outfitted you and ran.
Yeah. Yeah. While the previous game had me like using, like the bridge had me using like the D-pad and such. This one has me. This one's like, is this one like unique to the remake or
The level or the analog stick problems?
this level?
No. This was in the original game.
Okay. That's clever, honestly. Except for that. Fuck that. I feel like there's a bit of a, like, a rhythm you need to do. So it's like there. It's like you just keep going forward. Alright, so that guy is... Rats on the other side.
head out actually.
You gonna head out?
Something like that.
Hey, look at that!
Hey!
That was okay. That was a clever level. I like that. I like when this platformer like decides to like be inventive. Cause like that wasn't the most impulsive. What the fuck? This is gonna be interesting. All right. I had a rhythm and.
So you're heading off, are you?
Yeah, my bad. I got locked into drawing some fat canucks.
Awesome. That was good stuff.
Hey, ciao.
Ciao.
Bye.
Oh, I didn't touch it. Going from left to right, easy. Going like forward to back, not so much. Today's Sunday, so I can't really like talk to you in real estate agents about
I refuse to elaborate because I don't know what I just said.
Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. Glad you made it. So, it's like, and then tomorrow's Australia Day, so, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to call like any real estate agents and just be like, hey, I put my application in like, a while ago. Could I, please get an update on the application process, please? Oh, stupid bats! Have a checkpoint then.
I got really lucky with this house, but like the last few that I was looking at when we were first looking to move to where I am now, we were dealing with a lot of like real estate BS, and having to travel between one town to another to look at houses was real pain in the ass.
Yeah, because I'm just simply like looking for places that are like, an hour from the city and what have you. But
sometimes you may have to what's the word I'm looking for?
Compromise?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm ready for it. Like, I think I'm already
Well, if you want to...
compromising is the problem.
Like, I'm
you
not
want an
saying like
hour
I'm from-
away, you can go to Caboolture.
Nah, like public transport an hour, not driving an hour. I don't have a car. Like
Yeah.
this is the problem like that I have. It's just like the rest of the world like just kept going as I got older and stuff like that. And only now like slowly catching up on the things I need to do. Oh, okay, that's cool. Like, oh, you.
Well, I'm kind of with you in that area there, Grant. It's like when it came to getting a job and stuff like that, I was way late in the game on that one. I was one of those people at first. I was like, I don't want to work. I want to just, you know, I want the, you know, I want to be able to just, you know, take the easy way out of things. And it's like, okay, I have to grow up. Like, find me a rich sugar daddy to, you know, yeah.
Oh, thank goodness, a checkpoint. So yeah, for me, it's just the, like, you know, in my 30s, and it's like everyone else in like Australia is like, oh yeah, no, like they've already like moved out from like either, you know, renting by their own or with share houses to renting with a partner or on a mortgage. So then that way, like, you know, they're paying it off, and it's like, and there's just this talk of like, oh, but you know, sure, I'm like, it might be more than the rental, than like getting a rental, but like at this point, it's I'm generating equity instead of like, you know, paying off someone else's like mortgage, and I'm just like, what the?
Yeah, I would love to be owning a house, but I want to travel first before I do. You know, I want to be able to actually say that I've finally gone to the place I want to go, and then I can be like, you know what, fuck it, let's just get a house now.
Yeah. So.
You know, I've traveled to the place I wanted to travel to, and all that. Now I don't need to rush.
I was right there. I got it wrong. It's a shame. I'm really curious if those like Wampa fruits on the left there would have like led me to something. Because they did that in the previous game where it was just sort of like, oh, here's, you know, the Wampa fruits, like if you jump to where they were and what have you, they actually led you to it. To like a secret to help open other, and I mistimed that. What have we got? Yeah, it's, yeah, the start of this year has just been very, you know, like, there's some aspects that are like all gas, no brakes, but then there are other aspects where it's just like, you, like, because of the whole all gas, no brakes thing, it's like, well, because now I'm at, like, you know, less than 3 weeks away from, you know, Christmas, and it's like, I still don't know, you know,
I'm
where
sure
I'm
you'll
gonna
get
be.
something, Fred. You've also got family you can fall back on as well if need be. I know it makes it a little bit harder, but...
Yeah. There's aspects that, you know, that is nice and such, but it's like, for the longest time, I didn't want to, because then it, like, it just seems like a failure.
Yeah, well, I mean... I wouldn't call it that, I just call it a setback.
Especially like since it's like to this whole like, you know, finding a place to live thing. It's like I'm already in the like compromise like step of like, oh, going for these options instead of, you know, options.
But here's the thing: are you primarily packed and ready to go if you do get something?
Oh shit. So living room is done. Because, like, now there's only, like, you know, furniture and other storage boxes. I need to do my office at some point, but it's, like, a bit of an awkward thing because I'm still using this office, so I need to... And then bedroom, need to pack the clothes and what have you. So there's some stuff that is done and other stuff that isn't. And the thing is, like, in order to, like, you know, have less stress, I was going to have, like, actual, like... I was gonna have packers.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is gonna be such a. No, fuck it. I was gonna have like actual like packers and movers instead of just movers.
Yeah.
Because like,
But
you
I
know,
mean,
I have I have savings for this reason as well. Else, because like I know it's not gonna cost me like $5,000 to get someone else to pack all the stuff that I have and move it into the place. It's just I'm still living with the fucking anxiety of like, where the fuck am I gonna live now?
You'll get there.
So, because if I knew where I was gonna live and such, then I could like, you know, go back onto all gas and such of being like, right, let me start gathering quotes of like, you know, people who do the packing and moving of like, oh, we're going into this place where, you know, I'm going from like, you know, a you know, sort of a 2-bedroom situation to a 1-bedroom, so already some of my stuff is like, you know, type 1-bedroom. But
Yeah. But here's the thing though. What we did when we knew that we were gonna move was made sure that everything was packed first. You know, while we were still looking. We were packing as we were looking.
yeah. So I'll probably need to do that. I can probably get a run on the kitchen, because I'm not using the kitchen all that often, and I need to figure out like I need to get like rid of any extra like foods that I'm not actually using and what have you. So, but yeah, yeah. I just hate this stage. Go, you out of it. Alright, so I gotta wait for the spider. Because I don't know how long the spider's gonna be there. Hi there, little Incineroar. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, like, I just getting like 2 applications like one day after the other getting rejected and such, and they were like my backup options, like really did my head in terms of like confidence of like, oh, how am I gonna succeed on these, like, you know, the ones that I wasn't too certain about but was really wishful of getting. That was like my concern, because I was like, oh, like even if I don't get the one that I wanted, I would at least have the backups to fall back on. But it's like I haven't heard back from the original. I haven't heard back like soon from like the first options. So, but instead hearing from the backups, I'm like, okay, cool. So now I'm like all like I don't have a backup to fall back on. I am now all in on, you know, either one of these 2 like technically within my budget options, or this one an option that is like well outside of my budget. So yeah.
Yeah.
And then
So you'll find something. You'll find something.
Yeah. So
You just may have to either go a little bit more or a little bit less than what you were wanting.
oh fuck! Yeah. It's just a part of me really does like regret like, you know, going on the cruise, or at the very least like going on the cruise without, you know, Wi-Fi or a plan. Because like I was just making like small mistakes like at the start where it's just like, oh, you know, not really like going for inspections until, you know, Jan 6th, or not even Jan 6th, but like Jan 10th or something like that. So like,
Yeah.
like I wasn't like, you know, hitting the ground running, looking for places. Like I should have already have done searches and like inspections in December and such, so then that way, you know, earlier places I liked and what have you could have been applications then. But yeah, here I am now. Here I am now,
Like I said,
stressing
Grant.
over the like 3 weeks in and such, and it's like was fought like
You'll get something. It'll work out.
yeah. Because Lord knows I'm gonna need to do this again in like a year or 2. Because I doubt like the places that I'm picking are gonna be ones I want to stay in. So it's like when this, you know, inevitably goes off again in a year, like should I be looking as like should I be like how many weeks should I be like should I have like started having inspections and applications thrown in with like 8 weeks remaining on my lease instead of like, you know, looking at 5? Ding. more lives. That's great. So.
Game over.
Gosh, this is a really long morning. Like I'm very conscious of the clock, and I just see in the corner it's like it's not even 12 o'clock yet. It's like it's not even 11. This is not a game that is helping the time fly. So, and I'm not likely going to be getting moving in options or new options to look at today, let alone tomorrow. Yeah, got the shirt back on. Better this time. Oh, I don't like that I was making jumps instead. Oh, okay, cool. I was worried for a second that, like, you know, I got the animation, but then it still got flattened. I was worried. Okay.
Yeah, you had your Aku Aku on you, so it kept you safe.
Yeah, it kept me safe, but because I saw my animation of the squish, normally it's like you just keep running. What? Oh, okay. Oh, shit! Oh, this is a... That was so wasteful. After all that lead up I did for this. But yeah, see how there's like fruits there?
Yeah.
Makes me think that like... Nah, I don't know. Let's go.
Maybe another pathway opens up later on. I wouldn't risk it.
Yeah, I'm not risking it here. Cookie for Fizz Tiger! Here's your cookie. You're watching pain? Yeah. I have like long-term... I have like the long-term pain and anxiety, and then I also have like short-term pain and anxiety. Short-term pain and anxiety going off right now. So it's like I got a crazy mix, which means that, like, you know, time is oh so painful for me. Oh, goodness. Okay, let's see if a bonus gets me anything good. Thankfully, I don't lose any. Okay. Oof. Woo!
You made it! Yay!
Crash is all worse for the wear. Sadly, time for me to head off to work. Have a great stream. Not to worry, 10 Lux. Thank you so much for keeping me company through this worrying time. I greatly appreciate it. God, nervous as fuck about everything.
Wow, Crash is fucking dead.
Oh yeah, no, he's dead at this point. The disrespect they give him here. There was a lot of boxes, and I wasn't about to go and grab them, so... You killed him! He's dead! Oh, he's exactly how I feel. Also, why did I just have a notification pop off?
Nicely done, the Knitting Kitten. You did really well with the, with that. Almost managed to beat it.
Oh, there was only one person, though, that did it.
Sorry, my brain...
Like, only
my brain
one.
was elsewhere.
Oh my goodness. Hope you're doing
The
well.
game didn't even load in for me. It just kept saying advertisement break from Twitch.
Oh, okay. So it didn't even like show. Like I thought the advertisement break made it so that there was like a thingamadiggy in the like top left or something like that was the thing.
No, it was just the entire screen for me.
Oh, that sucks. I thought advertisement didn't like cover the entire thing. So, God, this words on stream is gonna be very. All right, we'll do one more. Let's see how we go this time around. Currently stuck here trying to build a forced combat deck. That sounds like fun. I see teeth. So
Okay, let me see. Oh, hang on, here's one. Heal.
nice. Oh, look, Code finally talked in the chat. Look at him. Yay, welcome, Code.
Oh, another one. Hail.
Tail.
You've got, yeah, Tail's another one. Hate.
Mm-hmm. Tate.
Yeah, Late was another one. That's a good one.
Although it's not registering what we're doing.
Complete. Wait, what's not registering what you're doing? Because there's locks on them, so like if you enter too soon, like you won't be able to enter.
Oh, I think I'm lagging way behind. Hang on. I'm just gonna refresh. Yep, there we go. I was really bad.
Not to worry, not to worry. Alright, so that was our words on stream.
Yeah, we did.
We've not yet
We did
done
alright.
we have not yet done a level. I've seen like streams where it's like they get through at least like one level or something like that. But yeah, in this one, there's been none. Oh my god, there's a...
I think my chat's gotten to at least level 8 at one point. But then they haven't gotten that far from after that.
This is one? No, there's nothing here. Okay, cool. Oh. I know how this one works. I know. Also, I'm still dancing. You need to give Crash
Look at me, I'm
Bandicoot a go?
dancing.
You do not need to give Crash Bandicoot a go.
Do it. Do it. Torment yourself.
You don't need to. This is some real bullshit. There was like 2 bridge levels that were like absolute pain. Just watch me go through it and then you'll get your experience.
Do it. Live.
Ah! Alright, are they gonna have me? Nope, I still have to do the fall. You own the trilogy on the PlayStation 4. What lies, Blue? This is... Oh, goddammit you. Explain yourself, Blue. Oh, God.
Yeah, Blue, Dabu Diva. We'd die if we were green. Grant isn't specialized in platformers. I mean, how regularly do you play platformers? I mean, obviously you play platformers that regularly.
No, like, other than Spyro, trying a little bit of... Like, here's the thing, is that, like, everyone... Like, I know there are people that are like, oh, there's variety streamers out there, and it's like, well, quite frankly, you know, I feel like I am true variety. Like, I am... Like, it is very much anyone's guess what I'll be. So like there are some people that are like, oh yeah, he goes through a variety of like first-person shooters or something. It's like,
But the thing is that when I hear people, even I find variety streamers normally get stuck in a rut of genres they'll normally end up playing.
yeah. So yeah, because you know, Blue is a variety streamer of games of nostalgia, but you know, nostalgias very often will be, you know, either turn-based, or puzzle, or you know, the 3D platformers like Mario stuff. Whereas with me, it's like I don't explicitly tie myself to you. Okay, cool. So,
Oh, I have to head off. Good luck.
Thank you so much. I hope you have a good Sunday and happy Australia or Invasion Day for you tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that is a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you too. Woo.
Bye. Alright. That's better.
Actually, here's the fun thing, because I work tonight, I technically get the public holiday pay in the morning around 12 a.m.
Ooh, nice. Okay, cool, cool. Oh, damn you! Grant isn't specialized in platformers. I'm not. Yeah, I'm a jack of all trades. Okay, like it is whatever. Whatever I fucking want it to be. So I have even played an RTS, you know, long ago. Oh, thank goodness I got that part.
For a 1-up.
Yeah. Sorry, one. Alright, so...
Level up!
Yeah, alright. Yep. That was a trap, but I'm fine with that. I'm fine with this trap. Whew! Alright, now I've got a little more leeway. Didn't see the pattern all the way. It's okay.
So I was just finishing up a path.
Oh. I went back on my intensive diet, like, when I came back from the cruise, this year, but I had a cheat day for the date night, so I had to work from the office, so I was like, fuck it, starting it there, so got myself like an Uber Eats thing.
Hey, nothing wrong with a cheat day once or twice.
So yeah, so had like a junk food meal in the office because we were allowed to, and then went for movies. Oh, and he's right there.
What movie did you see?
Zootopia 2. I quite liked it. I liked it more than the first one because instead of it being what if we did an allegory for race with Species, where, you know, the audience, the target, like, demographic that would benefit from, you know, being educated about, like, you know, racism and such like that, unfortunately are not going to, you know, take the lesson from, like, anthropomorphized animals because, you know, they'll, like, you know, get lost in the lore of, like, oh, you know, of course there needs to be this, like, discrimination kind of nonsense and such. Whereas in Zootopia 2, it was less about, you know, discrimination explicitly and more about, like, you know, exploitative, like families, like, exploiting, you know, not, like, you know, development from another, like, group and what have you. So, like, with that one, it's like you can definitely do it without the... Yes! Did it!
Give me that leg, boy.
Hi, Kahlua! Welcome to the stream. Give me that shirt. It's a cool shirt, isn't it? We're getting so close. Dr. Nitrous Brio. Nice. We're getting so much closer to the end. How's it going, Kahlua? How are things on your side of the world? You did the Wampa thing? Yeah, I did the Wampa thing. Alright, what's your... Oh my god, you have so much health. So wait, am I... Okay, there. Okay, so it is just a shoot him with acid thing, because...
Oh yeah, Dr. Nitrous. Yeah, I didn't like this guy.
Ah! This rage baited me as a kid. It flipped me hard. Yeah. It's just annoying that it's like, you know, he's right there. So yeah, I just need to... No! Just eviscerated. Just instantaneous. Like, I'm fine losing, like, getting a game over here and such like that, because, like, there is no checkpoints in the boss levels and such, so I'm fine with it being like, you know, you just start from the beginning. Alright, so I'm gonna push properly into this corner just so that way. Oh, come on. Oh! Actually, can I spin these guys? Will they be easier, or is jumping still a thing? Because I know way too often, like, bosses are, like, more of a jumper. Nah, it might be a jump. The perspective, I am not a fan of, because of, like, how close to the... Oh! Crud. Yes, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7! Are you kidding me?
Too bad you can't cheese it like with the
Platforms?
No, I was meaning the my brain stopped working. The Colosseum fight. Because in the Colosseum fight, in the the Colosseum with Tiny Tiger. Or is that number 2 I'm thinking of?
Maybe number 2.
No,
Damn it!
This one. But in the Colosseum fight, you can actually sit in one spot outside the arena
Yep.
and avoid the lions that charge at you. But doing so in the new game gets people throwing cheese at you.
Yeah.
They will throw the cheese. Yay.
Oh my god. Okay, don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Oh, come on. What?
Huh. I forgot about that.
They just I can see what, like, I was only used to bosses having like one mechanic. And this guy just comes in and goes with an entirely new one.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
So this goes heal. There we go. Yeah, I got the shirt back. Alright. So... games are the reason why I got good. Just proper difficulty. Oh, come on. That would've been helpful, too. Oh! I hate how it's like in the arc and it's just like, oh, but we'll also have it, you know,
Yeah.
be able to just not hit you on the noggin. It's like, no thanks. That shit happened. Yeah. Oh, I don't know what Cortex is gonna be like then.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna reset my computer quickly.
Oh, hell yeah. That's what I like to see. There we go. Ah! So I have to... Oh no! What? I don't even get it, like, as a checkpoint. I have to, like, do... Oh my goodness. That's annoying. I honestly thought I would have been able to, like... Damn it. It's all or nothing. God damn it. Oh, cool, I get 2. I'm almost getting the... Alrighty. So now he drinks all of them.
Having troubles.
Oh, there we go. Now I'm talking. Yeah.
Come back.
I forgot what you need to do for this one. I'm not sure if... Oh, yeah, you gotta jump on his head.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember if it was, like, hitting him with the brick or...
Go.
The problem is timing for this one was a pain in the ass.
Yep. Yes! Hi there, Nightmare.
Oh.
How's Crash?
What the...
Got it done. What? Hi
I
there.
was like, the flapping of the arms, and now, like, you've killed him. You
Yeah.
just killed him.
My boy! Alright. Hopefully this is the... Alright, square is safe. Alright, hopefully this will do it. Flat damage. Is this it? Is this the end? Is this gonna be the last episode? Mind if I hop in the chat? Yeah, go ahead! That's the... If you're in the private Discord and such like that, then yeah. That way you'll get like a live... Oh!
So I think if I remember, you're gonna get through the lab, and then it's getting through the blimp is the next part. Also, hi Kahlua.
Hi, Kahlua! Chad,
Mm.
this is Kahlua. Look at him. Look at him in his tiger with a
My
hat.
stupid little head. Look at my stupid little head. I love it.
So good. Alright, so... Okay, imagine I have to hit these.
Oh, somebody already shouted out. I'm like, oh, quickly give Kahlua a shout out. Oh, someone's already done that. Fuck you.
Oh, okay, so that's what these are for. Okay, so I just need to...
Be careful, Grant. Coming for that leg.
Yep.
But yeah, I think, yeah, you've got to get through this part. And then I think you've got to deal with Cortex. I think it's either on the blimp or it's the last one after the blimp. Or is this one here? After this one.
The health! Ooh, okay.
I remember this level being a little easier than the last ones.
Oh yeah, this one feels...
Have you done any of the embryo courses that are like this?
Nope.
They're so hard to get.
4, 5!
Very glad they updated this to only hit 5 times instead of 10.
Yep. There.
Yeah.
There.
Oh no, you missed your girlfriend. No girlfriend for Crash Bandicoot.
Oh! Thank goodness for the Dave save.
Don't think I've ever learned how to kill these guys properly. Usually just avoided them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I did was avoid them. Because I don't think you can really spin attack them.
You can't. So I don't know what. Oh,
Oh. That was a...
can you slide in this game?
No.
No,
Okay,
I
then
think
you
it was the
definitely
later.
got-
I think it was the later games that gave you the slide ability.
Yeah, that's the thing. So it's like there's literally, in my experience, there's no way to kill them. I've always just jumped around them. Oh,
you got worried then, didn't you?
yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Honestly, I thought that was coming straight towards you.
It's those guys throwing the friggin' the bottles that you gotta be careful of too. Oh no!
Thankfully.
This game is full of a lot of like fake outs. You try and do something a particular way, and then it teaches you how to do something, and then later on in the game, it'll just like completely like pull the rug on you again.
It's like those. It's like when you. It's like that one game where, like, you're so used to doing quick time events.
Yeah.
But there's one spot where you've got to do like a quick time event, but you should do the quick time event because it ends up being worse.
Yeah, right. So you're not meant to press the button.
Yeah.
Yeah, that always gets me. I was like, oh, okay, you tricked me. You got me.
But, like, instinctively, like, your brain is like, quick time event!
You have to press it, right? Can't not press it. We've been so trained to press these buttons when we are shown it on screen.
Yeah, especially for those of us raised on like Resident Evil 4 and like the Shenmue games. And actually, I think it is one of the Shenmue games where the guy pulls out a knife. You're not supposed to hit the button, and then instinctively you're gonna hit the fucking button.
So which game are you talking about that fakes you out with that kind of thing?
I think it was Shenmue.
You fucker!
The knife one?
Oh. Damn it.
Like,
got a checkpoint up
Shenmue
there.
is one of those ones, if I remember, where you're not supposed to hit the quick time event.
Quite early then,
guy-
because Shenmue is a relatively older game. Isn't it?
Oh, wait, no, I
I
should
don't know, what other one?
Ooh, fake out. Broke his ankles with that one.
Yep. Oh, okay. Oh. Hell yeah.
The end. No, bro.
Oh, you fucker. I got health. I got health.
Oh, so you can spin those ones away.
Yeah, so these ones I can.
Whoa, no, that timing.
Oh, that bastard.
Oh, just as you get there, the door opens up underneath you. It's like,
Of cartoon, bro. So I think in that section, it's not controlled by a button.
No, it
you have
isn't.
to
I just
wait
have to
for that one.
and the problem is always getting the timing down.
Yeah. I worry for like I will do that jump next time and it will like I'll do that jump and I'll like mistime it.
Yeah. So this is just for the door, and you can take your time here. Yeah, keep doing that. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Now.
I'll do my own timing. I need to know when it. Oh, you! It said a.
It has to be like early.
Yeah.
So you have to jump when it's like open. God, far out.
Yeah.
This is harder than I like remember.
Yeah.
Did people like complain and they were like, "Oh no, Crash Bandicoot, the first game was too easy."
Go, and then whoop. Whew. No, hang on. One. One, two. One. Got the timing wrong. Because it's like it's like straight for like 3 seconds, but then it's open for 2.
It like
So
what
it's
do
a bit
you call
of
it?
it's
It
so like it's a bit of a
it
weird
rotates the timing.
Yeah.
Because at first, like, you'll get the timing for it, but then the second time that it happens, the timing's off. So you have to wait for, like, every second iteration. Ooh!
Yeah, that was a...
Wasn't this one of them where one of these stacks of boxes has, like, a TNT in it? Yeah!
Yep. I was like, yeah, that sounds like, you know, do that to me.
Imagine if they randomized it.
Oh, if they did that, that would be annoying.
Where, like, sometime...
So, that guy is going to be annoying, because...
Get the next one.
He didn't even move!
Yeah, no.
That's true. So you're expecting
well,
to
this-
fake him out, and he just stayed in the same
Yeah.
place.
I'm fine with that. Ah, I moved too soon! I really wish Apu allowed us to, like, do, like, the, you know...
The pits?
Yeah. Good. Ah! Like, I realized it was gonna... And then I turned around at the wrong timing. God, I wish I had a much closer checkpoint at that point.
Oh. Epic Games has finally added text chat to the Epic Games thing.
I'll be real with you, like, for me, like, all those features barely mean anything to me.
What?
Yes!
My boy.
Oh, shit!
Bro!
The timing! No!
That sucks. I forgot, like, I need to hold, like, A for the TNT boxes to be, like...
Oh no.
Oh, that's gonna be annoying.
You were right there.
Yeah.
Right
And
bluffing there. Yeah.
There we go.
Hell yeah. It's done.
Great, but you
Never
missed.
experience that ever again.
Never doing that again.
That's way too. There's got to be like a. Oh, it would have been the secret level, hey.
It most likely would have been. Alright. Great hole. Oh my god, so just... Dunk. I thought I was going straight to the blimp, and they're like, nah. One more.
There you go, you passed it. That was quick and easy. I think that area is, if you've managed to get all the crystals, you get a secret ending in that area.
Ah, okay. Oh. Alright, so...
Which then skips this whole fight, if I'm not mistaken.
No! Just...
Game over.
Alright. Let's try and do this. Cause yeah, if we can get this done, then it's like I get a good estimation of like, yeah, it should take like only like, you know, what, like 1 or 2 Okay, I know which ones to hit. Ooh, okay.
Darn you, Crash Bandicoot!
Oh, that was a very wide. Okay. Come on, Crash!
Bandicoot!
Oh, so I have to like... And I can't... Damn it. This is gonna be...
Only the green ones, it looks like.
Yeah, or they look yellow to me, so...
Oh.
I thought like they would be aimed at me though, was the thing.
Yeah, the problem is, the problem comes from the coloring here is a little bit off.
I spun, and it wouldn't let me spin! Oh, and I don't even get any Aku Aku masks. Oh well. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna get myself a Pepsi Max to get my energies up. I'm not gonna run an advertisement when I do that, but I reckon there's enough of us in chat where we can get... Have you ever played Words on stream, Kahlua?
Yes.
Awesome. I haven't... Like, I've only started using it, like, this year. I have not gotten us past level 1.
Fair enough.
So, let's try and do this again. I'll get one word in, and then I go grab my Pepsi.
Oh,
I got emus. There we go. Oh, wow. Poe just hitting us with a big word. Alrighty.
oh,
See.
oh, hang on. Hang on. Now I can do it. Oh, no, never mind. No. I thought measure there for a second, but no.
Oh, close.
Smur. Teams. Seam.
Because there's 2 5-letter words that we can make out of that. Hang on. Ah, no.
We did emus. Do we need emu?
Nah,
there's a 3-letter
it
word
has to
for
be
it?
4-letter
Oh.
words.
Ah, shit.
Oh, I thought maybe resume, but no, that is.
Nah, there's only one E. That's the problem.
Yeah.
This is a hard one.
With some? No.
We're just throwing words and seeing what would happen. This was a hard one, honestly.
This was a hard one.
Yeah.
Serum?
Oh, nice. You got serum.
Nice.
Woo! Actually, we made it! We did a level!
Yay!
Oh, by 1 point, bro. Too many himbos in the chat.
Too many.
I fucking clinched it. Fucking clinched it
Nice.
for us.
Nice. All right. That was good, man. I need more viewers in the chat that aren't complete himbos, so then that way we're not alone.
As we
Wow, insulting your chat like.
are investing.
Oh, damn it. They like the spin for that one is like really fucking liberal, weirdly enough. Oh, what? That.
I'm charging up.
There we go. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like this one. Ah!
Yo, they're getting faster? I swear.
I think they do get a little bit quicker.
So, because does he go to the left or to the right first with his like shooty?
He goes to your right.
Okay.
Oh.
Darn you, Crash Bandicoot!
Yeah, so we go center. Damn it. Go.
Eat him.
So close, yet so far.
Darn you, Crash Bandicoot!
Makes you wonder at what point do they just give you like the full like 3-stage Aku?
I don't think it's ever done. You just give it a restart.
Yeah. There we go.
Because he doesn't shoot the second one at you, does he? You have to, like,
No. Ah! Alright, so middle, and then right, left, and then middle, left, right. Go.
Nice.
Yep, that was a bit of a lucky shot. Oh, I spun! Ah, that was pain. Alright, let me crack open this. Oh, that was a...
Crack it open.
I cracked it open and it just did like a little bit of a spray. If I was in a backyard,
Goodness.
that would have been a really good crack, but I'm sitting at my desk.
Oh no.
Mm,
I get jealous. I was like, how come you get a soda and I don't? So I cracked open my own soda leak.
yep.
Oh, well, I've got a kill hungry thirsty dead at the moment.
An oak.
Kill hungry, thirsty dead.
Yep, an oak ice coffee.
Yep. That's cool.
It's just me, or you just not see those around very often anymore.
Oh, I used to-
The ads used to play a lot back.
They used to
on,
play all the time. Like, I barely actually see the coffee itself.
Yeah. Oh, I see it still. There's a few servos near here that still sell it.
Go. Oh, okay. That only took 2. Interesting. Yeah!
Got him.
Did it!
You've won! You did it! But then, of course, now your girlfriend's dead in the tower.
No, there she is. There's the
never mind.
babe.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, because there's an alternate ending. If you manage to get all the crystals, I think there's an alternate ending where that part where you before you got up to the blip. If you had all the crystals, you could ride on the thing over to the other side.
Yep.
Where she'll be waiting, and it skips this entire boss fight.
Okay, okay.
There's...
Anything else?
I thought it was something about a jet ski for some reason. Why do I keep thinking that?
Maybe it'll come up later. Like
You've been playing too much Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, I think that's it. Escape the island on a jet ski.
Yeah.
why is it stuck here? Like there's nothing playing.
Don't know. We'll just press triangle to skip, maybe.
Press triangle to. I'm pressing triangle to skip.
Well, you did it, Grant. You beat the game.
You
What
beat the
happens-
game.
What happens if I turn it off? Please reconnect wireless controller to continue. Alright, and then press triangle to skip. Nope. Why is it doing this?
Not sure. Maybe it's frozen or bonked up.
I will hate that. Insane trilogy. First game frozen. Give me a second as I insane freeze after defeating Cortex. Is often occurring during the ending scene or when attempting to save afterwards. Happens due to corrupted save file, issues with 1.06, or verify integrity, re-download, delete corrupted save data, redo the lab. Sure you have collected all necessary keys, may struggle to load the end sequence. Oh joy. Alright, now comes the question. What the fuck happened to my game? Uses an autosave feature. Yep.
Activision presents a smashing blast from the past.
Oh, it gave me a recording for getting the achievement.
Developed
Nice. So
by
we at least have that for
vicarious
vindication.
visions.
Yeah.
It's Crash Bandicoot.
God, the PlayStation 1 Crash Bandicoot is so cool to look at. I like low poly designs. Alright, so if I go
Crash Bandicoot.
So if I go back to Crash Bandicoot. Yep. Let's see what happens. Nah, it doesn't look like it's say, because they would have like, unless.
I think it did because maybe it's just the original game. In the original game, that's where it resets.
Oh, like it doesn't do anything.
Just go
else.
back there. No, it doesn't do anything.
See that little see that little moving platform there?
Yep.
Yeah, that's for getting some diamonds, and then it moves over, and that's if you get more diamonds, and then you get more.
Yep.
So yeah, and then that will get you the secret ending that skips the whole.
Radio.
We'll just do the mod fight.
Well, it won't let me do the fight as listening. Actually, will it let me go to? No. Okay, so historically you can't just do fights as Yeah, like look.
Yeah, I don't think you can do boss fights as Coco.
Yeah. Honestly, like, Road to Nowhere, fuck you. You were, like, my least favorite. And then there was, like, another one, oh, maybe not all the way back here. But yeah, as you can see here, I did not do, like, the gems or the onks a lot. Or at all. I'm not one of those completionists. So yeah, Road to Nowhere and the High Road. Fuck them. Absolutely.
Yeah, those two levels. There's like a cheese you can do by running on the side of the ropes.
It's tricky to do, though. Is the problem.
It is tricky to do. It's very tricky.
Yeah, Grant was having a hard time with it.
Ooh, I know you can do. Look at that. Like by pressing square and circle, you rotate. Yeah, I'll take that as a win. We went through Crash Bandicoot. Yay! Actually, I can probably double check the achievements as well, just to see if it. So if we go with spin away an extra life, that was a mistake. Earn gems. I don't remember. Crash Bandicoot reach 99 lives. Earning these. View all trophies. So, Crash Bandicoot. So we've done. So we defeated Cortex. Wait an extra life. Earn a bonus round after collecting 3 character. Discover a gem path after earning a color gem. Feed me. Die. Die. Miss a lot of boxes. Defeat 5 enemies with Coco Spin. Earn 99 lives. Okay, so there isn't that many achievements, and from the looks of it, like, you know, yeah, there isn't like any sort of earn a key in the Jaws of Darkness. Earn a key in this something or other. Okay, cool. So yeah, there isn't any like extra like achievement to be like, ah, yes, you've done it kind of thing. So nice. So yeah, I will leave the. So yeah, that is gonna be it for me today, actually. So yay! Fuck yeah! Got the fuck.
Did it, bro.
Did it!
One game down.
Yay! One game down. one game down.
Six
Gotta
more
get
to
the other
go.
ones.
Don't worry, Grant. I will tell you now. The other two are actually a lot easier than the first one.
And more fun.
That's
And
good.
they are much more fun.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear that like they're still because like I'll be real, like there were some levels that I honestly like even with a little bit of frustration, like the one where you had like the Aku Aku mask glowing, that was cool. I liked that little detail. That was a real fun extra thing that I thought worked really well for it. So yeah, I quite liked it and hoped. And like I like it when it did something special like that. The one with the warthog where you're riding it, that was kind of cool. The boulder running away, I was fine with it making a reappearance like another time afterwards. I thought that was fun. I don't know if it's because like I've seen it in like because I watched What's-a-Mahoozy, Jacksepticeye I think or someone playing Uncharted 4. And you know, obviously that's Naughty Dog's IP, and you know, Naughty Dog didn't want to keep doing Crash Bandicoot, but then they like gave reference to it in the Uncharted 4 game with you doing the level, and everyone's
you play
like,
it.
Yeah,
it's so fun. It was so fun. They just integrated like the exact same mechanics of the game and put it in another game.
Yeah, just a simple
I thought that
software
was so
emulation. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that's like just
emulation.
A software emulation of like either a demo or something like that, and then they just had a time at the end, so it was all really, really cool. So I quite liked it. But yeah, I would if I have the time, I would definitely play more Crash Bandicoots. I say if I have the time, because the fact of the matter is like as I get closer to like my end date of this lease where I am right now and like trying to find a place to live, I don't know when I will be, because like at the minimum, I need to be out of here by February 11th. I don't want to leave it to the last minute. I was looking like I kind of like was always having like a little cursory look and such like that, but I didn't really have a proper look until like a month before, like 5 weeks or so before before the lease ends and such, which some people were like, oh yeah, you've got plenty of time because like at this point because at the 5 week mark you're doing inspections and such. Other people were like, no, that's really close on time. I honestly feel like it is really close on time, and I really regret not looking sooner and having applications in as early as December. Frankly, like that's my and the half the reason why I didn't do applications in November and December was just simply because I didn't want to be paying like rent in this current place that I'm in right now and for the new place and like to have it for like a long period. But the fact of the matter is that if I paid attention to like, when my rent was due on each of the weeks and such like that, I would have learned that my rent was, only due come like the last rent for this place has just passed like last week. So I have like 3 weeks where I'm not paying rent, and and that's obviously just going to go into the next place. So yeah, if I was a little more knowledgeable at that, then I definitely would have like done inspections before going on a cruise and such. And overall, just regretting the whole disconnection for a week while I had this part of my life I still had going on. But it is what it is, and as much as I would love to like look at more places and put applications down and such, unfortunately today is Sunday, tomorrow is Monday. No one's doing rental thingamadoogies at this time. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
You'll get something though, Grant. Don't worry. I have faith.
Yeah. Some of them are, however, like I need to raise this one. There's this one place that's popped up in the city, like South Brisbane or something like that, where it's pretty pricey. It's like it's like 462 a week. So it's like it's not 37% of my budget, but like it gets close. And the way it works is you put your application in and they say successful applicants will be randomly selected by ballot. Inspection/tours will be arranged with successful applicants. Ballots will be drawn, and they give you a date. Eligible criteria, because it's a reduced rate renting apartment, residents must be, at least household member must be Australian citizen and a resident of Queensland. At least one household member must be employed at the time of the lease commencement. You must be working within 10 kilometers for employment or access to employment opportunities. No household member may own or part own any residential property. You can't have more than $141,000 in liquid assets, and you can't be earning more than, and as a single income person, $93,000 a year. I'm not earning $93,000 a year, thank goodness, but Jesus, actually,
Yeah.
let me look at the pay calculator. So if you, so 80, because right now I'm earning $83,500, so I have 1,000. But if you earn, what was the maximum that they allowed you to earn? 93,105. Okay, so if you do 93,000, why is the pay calculators so something or rather? 93,100. Your take home is 1,393 a week. So if we slot that into the calculator, so 1,393.38 times by a third, that's $460. So that's not even a third of your their maximum income limit. Even if you were earning at the income limit, you're still partially spending more than your 33%. That's kind of nutty. And this place is oh yeah, successful applicants will be randomly selected by ballot.
Mm.
Holy shit. That's a bit.
Yeah, that feels a bit weird.
I feel like they've done it, and their argument was, oh, we have to do it this way because there's just so many people, trying to trying to live so close to the city, and we have to limit the income and all this. But it's there's all these other barriers, and then at the end of it, it's oh, and it's a ballot at the end. And I'm if people are really low on income, and you're asking people to be beneath this level, where even then, let's be frank, $450 as your 33% minimum, you're good luck trying to find 1-bedroom apartments below $450 a week. You got to be moving out from the city and such like that, which doesn't inherently work. But yeah, oh my goodness. And looking at this building though, sure, there's a place that's oh, here's a 1-bedroom that's $460 something dollars. And then I look at everything else in this building, and it's oh, here's a studio apartment for $790 a week. Here's a 1-bedroom that's $945, a 2-bedroom that is $1,200.
Oof.
Yeah, some of these are really fucking costly. They look gorgeous. Thank Christ they look gorgeous, but god damn. Who the fuck has this kind of money in the city?
Right.
So yeah, so that's being the biggest problem. Is if what I was earning was what I was earning 4 years ago, then I wouldn't be having so much of a problem. But it's I'm only now earning what would have been good 4 years ago.
Mm.
So
yeah,
it's just stressful as fuck. And right now, so besides that application, because I said fuck it, might as well throw my application in for that one because it is still less than what I'm paying right now in this 2-bedroom. I've got 3 more applications sitting. One that's at the edge of my 37% and technically goes over in July at $470 a week, and that goes up to $480 a week. There's another one that's $430 a week, and another one that's $430 a week that goes up to $460 in July. So I've got options. It's just really, really fucking stressful waiting for word, because yeah, just sort of seeing on toapply.com, it's oh hey, here's like your dashboard of like previous applications. And I found out like, oh yeah, I applied for stuff 4 years ago through this system as well. And it's like here, like I've had like in the previous time, it's like, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I put 4 applications in, and 3 of them were denials. I have like 5 or 6 applications in. 2 of them have been denials already, and I'm still waiting on the processing of 1. Like it's
Yeah.
so yeah, just real stress. But yeah, sorry for putting it on a downer for the end of the stream here, chat. It's just, you know, the threat of homelessness is definitely going to be waffling over people's heads sometimes.
Don't worry, Grant. As I said, you'll be fine.
Yeah. All right. I am going to call the stream here. Let me just stop raids. And let's see who is online and who we can go and raid. So then that way you can get some positive vibes. And it looks like it is Scribbly Noodle's birthday today, and they're doing a birthday stream.
It is. I'm gonna give him birthday punchies. So 1 punch per year, which means I give him 67 punches.
Alrighty then. So
Why are you saying
so what's it called? Birthday punchies?
Birthday punchies.
Birthday punchies. Time for your 64 punches?
Just say 64, yeah, Liz.
And then, let's see, do I have is there a punch emote? Yes, okay, so there's just the classic, there's then there's like one that's like punch trees, so I don't know who's responsible for the punch trees ones, like if it's a, is it like an official one, or is it yeah, it's a Twitch global emote. Actually, let's go for the Twitch global emote. Alrighty.
Okay, we're doing a different one.
Yeah, we're doing the global emote because, you know, punch trees and what have you. Alright. If, however, you are subscribed to someone that has punching emotes or something like that, you're welcome to use those. I will be using the punching trees emote because I don't have a thingamadoogie. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you for anyone who came to this morning's stream and dealt with my stress, my anxiety, my worries. I greatly appreciate it. I will be probably doing some work in the apartment, packing up more things, so then that way when I hire movers and packers, when I finally do have a place, they don't have as much work to do, and so it costs me less. Kahlua Code, thank you for sticking around to the end, and thank you Cap and Veld for sticking around earlier as well. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, and hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye! Bye.